What I do is that I will get to the final boss. There's no guarantee I will beat the final boss, but even getting there is going to be a long, long journey. Welcome to you, Solimuse, and anybody else who may have joined us. I hope you are doing well. So, just as a heads up, I'm currently starting this challenge on emulator. And then once we reach the water temple, we are going to switch over to console, which is also why this is in Japanese, the original cartridge version of the Super Nintendo version. And I don't really know Japanese. Well, I know certain characters, but that's about it. But we will figure out stuff in time anyways. And the reason why I'm doing this on Japanese is because I have a regular cartridge of this game in Japanese, because that's the only Super Nintendo version you get outside of remade ones that have the fan translation on them. So, basically I figured if I go ahead and do the solo character challenge run with the Berserker, I might as well go all the way and just do it on console too. So, that's gonna be what is going to be happening. I actually even purchased a Pro Action Replay 2 in the hopes that I would be able to unlock the jobs pretty much right away on console, but after like 3 or 4 hours of trying stuff, I feel like the Pro Action Replay 2 I ended up buying just straight up doesn't work. And even if it does, it's just too much of a, what's the word, fragile connection, where even if I just flip the switch on the side of the cartridge thing in order to activate the cheats, it just immediately like let loose the cartridge and lost connection, and I had a black screen. It was basically not working. So that's why we start in console, where we are going to unlock the solo Berserker via cheat codes just before entering the Wind Shrine. And afterwards, we are going to go ahead and switch over to console once we unlock the Berserker, quote-unquote, for real after the second crystal. So that's the plan. I already have prepared a save file where I'm going to go ahead and switch over to. That reminds me, I will actually want to look up the name real quick. I did ask Ashura to give me information how to ride Yagamoth. Let's see. I can't find it anywhere. Anyway, basically, I've written Yagamoth or something like that in Japanese for the name, because I figured if I choose a name for one character, then it's probably going to be the Berserker. So unfortunately I don't have the information anymore, unless, well, Kishura happens to drop by, or somebody else might actually know Japanese enough to tell me how approximately I write my name in Japanese. So yeah, welcome to Elise of Mind, and I hope you're all doing well. What is CIB, if I may ask? Welcome to you, Borek. I hope you have a nice day. Alrighty. So, as a heads up, the way we're going to be playing this is we will be choosing Ferris as our main character, because I need to get every little advantage I can, and Ferris has overall the better stats than Butts compared to this. Also, battle speed 2, oh yeah, I don't even remember the... Oh dear, I don't even remember the settings here anymore. Like, one of those is quick menu, something like that. Huh, which one is memory cursor? Berserker indeed. Hey Mr. Shade, welcome. So this is, well, goes to show I don't really know Japanese at all. So I just know where approximately the menus are, but I haven't memorized this one in particular. You may be able to get them by quick internet search. Found a hiragana table online. Right, that's what I did last time too. It's just kind of tricky to find the correct ones. Either way, I already have it preset up on my cartridge with the correct name. I just don't remember what it was. There's a memory cursor somewhere here. Let me see real quick. Let's see, 5. Config. Menu, yes. Images. There we go, I found it. Alrighty, so this is the one where it's short menu, gauge, sound, memory cursor, optimum equipment whenever you change class. Controller is normal, that's fine. Multi-controller and then color. Alright. This is fine. And hey Grim, thank you for the good luck, I will need it. Your love for this is like a truck. I'm not sure I understand. There is a guy in there too, if you do the two dashes on the top right. Yeah, it's okay, we'll figure it out. So here's where we would type in our name, and I'll just look up a table real quick, where I will try to approximate it. Type in your name. What is your name? Alrighty, so we can go with katakana or hiragana. Let's see. I'm just going to see whether I find the things here. So we have over here is a ya. Then let's see, where's the other one? So this is a ka, but we want a ga, so we go for this one with the 2 stripes, whatever it's called. Which I think should be approximately correct. It's kind of difficult to discern what the cactus are. Let me see whether the chat has some more input here. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for, which is... Welcome to you, I hope you're doing well. Where is that one? Ah, down there. Far bottom left, yaga, more. Where's more? More is that one. Oh, of course, that's the one. I should actually recognize the more. If I find it anyways. It's one of the weird ones that is kind of recognizable. Melisson also has more already. Fourth from the bottom. Bro. Ah, there it is. Yamo. I don't know about Zoo. That could the correct one? What would be the last one? Ooh, Colthor, thank you. Thank you very much for 23 ROMs of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. How's it going? That's almost 2 years now, my friend. I would have gone with Zoo rather than Zoo, but then again, I don't really know Japanese. Again, I've already pre-set it up, so we just go with what the medicine suggested. Enjoyed the run for Siege of the Queue? Nice, I'm glad to hear that, thank you. Alrighty, let's try to find that swirly thing, which I think is this one. Let's just roll with it. Again, I've already pre-set it up on console anyways, even if it's not quite accurate in this one. That's alright. This is a good bad idea, that's one way to put it, I agree. Welcome to you, the Countess. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, so what are we going to do? That's Yakamosu. Right, I think that's a Zudo, but then again, I don't remember exactly. That's fine. Thank you, Millicent. Yeah, this is okay. I appreciate your help. So, as you may have noticed, I don't really know any Japanese, but we'll figure it out. In fact, this challenge run is going to go on for so long that there's going to be a pretty lengthy stretch where we're literally just going to work left and right for days at an end. And I will use those opportunities to do other things on the side. So the first order of operation, or order of business, will be trying to figure out whether we can possibly manipulate RNG in this game in any capacity. What this means is that I will want to figure out whether there's like a remote chance of manipulating randomness one way or another, or luck manipulation as it is called as well. Also there's a phoenix down over there, and the idea is that the chance of defeating the final boss is so ridiculously tiny that it's going to be kind of ridiculous if we ever manage to do that on console. However, at the same time, might as well try for it a few times. But once again, the chance is so tiny that I do not expect to win, and this is also why I promised to get to the final boss but not actually beat it. But if we can potentially manipulate randomness, RNG one way or another, we might actually have a decent shot at being able to actually beat the game with just a solo Berserker on console. That is going to be the only opportunity I will give this necessarily to try and beat this game that way. Right now we don't have a Berserker. We don't have our main character in the team either, so there's that. And hey, Richter Shade, it's going to be an awesome run, hopefully so. Welcome, I hope you're doing well. Do other things like learn Japanese, that is actually part of the plan, yes, so one of the things that once I figure out a sufficient amount about possibly being able to manipulate randomness, during the grind we might as well just do other things like learning Japanese. That's one of the things that I actually am strongly contemplating about and still trying to figure out how to set it up. Another thing is also going to be maybe just play like puzzle games on the side. Basically, the idea is effectively that I will want to capture the console on the left side and then we just do stuff on the right side. And yeah, this is gonna be taking a long time. Welcome to you, Dr. Frank and Alray and anybody else who may have joined us. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, right now, as I said, I'm currently on emulator rather than on console because I couldn't get the cheat engine thing to work to unlock the Berserker early enough. The character over on the water shrine, that is now a solo Ferris, I accidentally, well, not accidentally I guess, but I actually did not realize that in order to just prepare the save file, I could have used multiple characters to defeat Carl Boss, but instead what I did on the cartridge is I defeated Carl Boss with a solo freelancer Ferris, just because I didn't recognize that, oh yeah, I could totally go ahead and just do this differently. You're doing well. You've been learning Japanese, just don't know the words you're reading. Yeah, I know that one. I know like 3 or 4 words in Japanese and that's it. Also, enjoy being able to run away, because once we get our solo Berserker, there will be literally no more running away, because the Super Nintendo version, you cannot run away from combat if the only remaining characters are berserked. It just straight up doesn't work. Even if you were to use a chicken knife, you actually softlock the game using a chicken knife with a solo character Berserker. So do not try to do that. Alrighty, soon we'll get our main character into the party after like 15 minutes or so of in-game time. Well, that's if I didn't spend so much time trying to figure out the menu and other stuff. Shame we can't use the Night Swords. Brave Blade would actually be useful here. Kind of. I would have to not run away from these first few encounters though. But yeah, the Brave Blade would be interesting, but honestly, I think even if we could use it, it would not be nearly as useful as some other weapons. Fun fact, you can actually run away as a solo Berserker or a full party of Berserkers on the PlayStation version. It's a bit weird that you can do that on the PlayStation version, which is effectively a port of the Super Nintendo version, but not on the Super Nintendo version. Which kind of makes me wonder whether they did do some other bug fixes, and it would actually be, other than the loading screens for battles, be a pretty solid version. Which, honestly, I really like the music of that one. So hey, I'm not sure. Are you doing glitchless with RNG manipulation, or do you allow glitches? I do not think this is completable. Like, the final boss is probably straight up impossible to beat without using the magic underflow glitch. Feel free to prove me wrong, but every single one of the successful, like, emulator runs that just let the script run for hours on end until they finally got a successful run, ended up just using the same equipment set with a reflex ring, the Gaia hammer, the Thornlet in order to underflow magic, Aegis shield, and I think the bone mail. I feel like the bone mail is debatable, whether that is the best solution overall. But that's about the only one. Plus the bone mail just protects you from so many things. Nice Richter shade. Oh. So Kishore just typed this in that I should use for Yagamasu. She also recommended Bob instead, or Bobu. Is not quite what I would be looking for. So I think the first character is the same one we used. Second character is the same one we used, I think. Yagabob? Well, it's a thing that where I was in Japanese, they couldn't exactly pronounce my name, so they just called me Bob. Actually, that might be katakana, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's katakana. That's why it looks a little bit different. So, use this one. That's alright. Those are the katakana versions of the same letters I used. Yeah, that makes sense, because katakana is usually used for loan words and such. Okie dokie. Alrighty, so here the guy will ask us, hey, do you want me to lead you over to the Wind Shrine? And we're gonna say no. Because I actually want to go ahead and just go and buy a bunch of healing potions before I do anything else. That means Ferris is going to briefly leave our party right here, and that's okay. So this is the beginner's house. She will ask me, hey, are you beginners? And we just say yes. Of course, I'm not exactly a beginner, but this challenge here is going to be significantly slower than pretty much anybody's casual playthrough where they do virtually everything and may have never played a JRPG beforehand. Either way, the idea is that I will eventually be able to buy everything I need, and that's going to be kind of the big deal around this. So initially we are not going to be able to quite afford 99 potions, but we will get to that soon enough. Over here we have leather shoes on the right side, which I actually want to pick up because they give one more defense. And oh dear, it's gonna be interesting. So here we get the leather shoes, basically full leather equipment now for Ferris, who has a dagger, leather shield, leather armor, leather helmet, and everything else that we may need. Alrighty, so first of all we sell whatever this is. I don't remember what this is. I don't think I need it. These are the Phoenix Stones we're selling, and that's an elixir. Wait, I already got... No, that's the ether, excuse me. I was about to say, did I already get an elixir? No, that's an ether. Alright, we have a bunch of potions, and that's pretty much all we are going to need here. Hopefully anyways. Inventory management is going to be interesting until we are used to it. But then again, we're going to be using mostly like 3 or 4 items. And that's gonna be about it. But especially, well, equipment pieces are going to be, well, difficult really. So put Ferris into the front. Equip Ferris with all the items we have at this point, which means a full set of dagger, leather shield, leather helmet, leather armor, and leather shoes, which all give a little bit of defense. And then I actually have to enter the cheat code to unlock the job classes, kind of like we usually do just before entering the Wind Shrine, turn Ferris into a Berserker, and then we actually need to try and defeat our own allies before Ferris finishes off the enemies. You know what? I'm actually going to do this slightly different than usual. I'm going to, first of all, make sure that we defeat our allies before I go ahead and turn Ferris into Berserker. This is actually not just for keeping all the other characters at the lowest possible level. This is also to a decent extent because I really want to try and keep everybody at lowest possible level just for the RNG manipulation part later. So this is literally just me trying to keep them all at the lowest possible level. I just hope that running away doesn't affect stuff, but well, we'll see. Alright, so first of all, I need to input the cheat thing, so give me just a moment. I have prepared on how to do this. Poke. So this should have unlocked the Berserker. And that's that. Alrighty, Ferris Berserker. And let's take a quick look at the stats here. Alrighty. So first of all, you see at the top that is 48 strength right here. 48 strength is a lot. It's actually, I think, only second to like a knight or a monk. Either way, it's a load of strength that we have here with 48. And that is going to help us reach additional attack multipliers rather quickly. The second value you see is 18 agility, which is a long shot from the second lowest agility character. So the Berserker has by far the least amount of agility of any character in the game. We have 3 spell power here and 51 vitality. The vitality is going to be basically whatever, it just means that 51 vitality is slightly worse than the monk with 1 point if I'm not mistaken, and we gain a ton of health throughout our journey. So that is going to help a lot. Now, what we want to figure out real quick is when are we going to get additional attack multipliers? And it looks like level 8 we have an attack multiplier high enough for... Oh, actually let me... I know you can't see the thing that I'm looking at, that's okay. 300, 650... Alright, there we go. At level 8 we will be able to defeat Carl Boss in... Wait, oh that's the wrong weapon attack power. Ha! Basically right now I'm plotting out on how far I want to level up. So the dagger has an attack power of 14. And that's gonna be that. Oh yeah, that would have been nice if it wasn't. So, at level 8 we will be able to defeat Carl Boss in 7 attacks, which isn't that great realistically. Level 11 we would be able to defeat him in 6 attacks. At level 14, specifically 14, nothing more, we defeat him in 6 attacks guaranteed and sometimes in 5. So, I'm not entirely sure what my goal is going to be for leveling, but I would say let's just get this started at this point. So, for anybody who may not know what the Berserker does, the Berserker is pretty simple. It attacks a random target, and that's it. There's literally nothing else the Berserker does, but that's a 10. Allows us to heal 1000 HP at a thing. So, alrighty. I cannot do anything in combat. And this is the entire difficulty of the Berserker. On top of that, the Berserker is actually slower than even the earliest enemies here in the Wind Shrine, which is kind of ridiculous because most enemies are really slow here. It's just the Berserker is even slower. So this explains to us how to use the safe circle. Why are we playing in Japanese exactly? Because I'm also going to be switching over to an original cartridge once we reach the Water Shrine. And the original cartridge is in Japanese. Because I figured if I just do a solo Berserker, I might as well go all the way. So yeah, a Berserker cannot be controlled during combat, which means you cannot heal during combat. And while you get a tremendous amount of HP, that often doesn't exactly matter if enemies have attacks that like put you into critical HP or something of that equivalent. Further, the only 2 types of weapons we can equip are daggers, as well as axes. Well, axes and hammers in a sense. Those are effectively the same thing. Also, because our Berserker has a random targeting, unfortunately this also means that we are going to target something that might be in the back row and we cannot exactly one-shot it because we're not high enough level. Curious enough, usually targeting White Snake is probably a good idea here. Also, this is where you can see the Berserker has just such low agility that it takes forever to get out of the stun from an enemy here. So this means we're probably just going to walk backwards here and level up to like level 7, 8, 9, something along those ways. When you can, do you plan getting a Death Scythe? Of course. It's the only weapon that gives us at least a little bit of a fighting chance. Has anyone actually completed this? Not on console, and not without tool assisted tools, so to speak. Also, by the way, back attacks are super bad because oral damage is physical, meaning all our attacks are only dealing half the damage from the back row. And we can't change row because we can't control our character. But yes, we absolutely will get a Death Sickle because there's no reason not to, realistically. Oh boy, alrighty. What was it, level 7 are the goblins, so I will need to be careful once I hit level 7. Probably just save after each encounter. Because enemy goblins like to use Goblin Punch. This is a regular attack. That's also a regular attack. Either way, they have Goblin Punch, which deals 8 times damage, ignoring defense. Always hitting. If the target of the Goblin Punch is the same level as the character that uses Goblin Punch. So right now, Goblin Punch deals just basic attack damage. It actually also ignores row, which is interesting. But it's just a regular attack effectively for our purposes. But once we are level 7, the Black Goblins are also level 7, so that means we will take significantly more damage. Once we are level 8, we are good again. Because they don't actually level up with us. So yeah, this is actually pretty much going to be the entirety of the solo Berserker challenge. We walk left and right, up and down, maybe sometimes even in circles. Well, I guess squares is more appropriate. And hold down the A button to advance the text after combat. And that's it. So yeah, good morning, good evening and good afternoon. Welcome everybody, we already had our first death. I hope you're doing well, and I don't really have anything else to say about it for now. Aside from, well, our current plan will be to level up to 8. 8 is a good number actually. At level 8 we get an additional attack multiplier from our strength as well as from the agility. So that will probably help us a bit. Also, as you can see, getting paralyzed is ridiculously bad. Actually, the one saving grace a Berserker has is when you get paralyzed, you actually get to attack as if your ATB, as in your action time bar at the bottom, did not get stopped. And that is actually quite unusual, because normally, as a player character, when you input commands, you have to just regain all of that ATB bar at the bottom, or the ATB at the bottom, because ATB bar is redundant, in order to be able to do anything. The Berserker is more like an enemy that attacks, which just the ATB, instead of resetting to 0, gets stopped. So, paralyzation is both less bad and worse for a Berserker than a regular character. Okay, we are level 7. Now we have to worry about Black Goblins just being able to deal a crazy amount of damage to us. ATB bar isn't redundant because ATB is active time battle. Oh, right. For some reason I always think the B stands for bar. That is accurate. There's the Goblin Punch, and we take 120 damage, we are paralyzed, and we are probably dead in the next turn here. I already increased the death counter. There it is. Arrow is made of evil. We haven't even seen an arrow in this case. We're off to a great start. Indeed. ATB is a DJ. I don't know that one. And welcome to you, Dolaxon. Thank you for the good luck, I will definitely need it. Especially since the white snakes go before us and they have a decently high chance of just using Entangle. And we are not high enough level to avoid that from happening, or prevent that from happening. Oh my goodness. I believe it's a 1 in 3 chance for the Black Goblins to use Goblin Punch. We will definitely want to save after virtually every encounter. ATB, a tedious battle. Maybe. Actually, just realized a thing. So this is a thing that you don't do, really. But I'm just gonna go outside and get that level until level 8 outside here. So there is encounters here. You don't usually get to see them though, because they're not really worth fighting in terms of how much time they take to complete versus how much experience they give, or ability points for that matter. So, yeah. What is the reason for Japanese? Quite simple. I'm going to be playing on a regular cartridge, which means that's gonna be Japanese. It's the original version of the game. I had no idea that these guys have regeneration automatically. That's weird. But yeah, I'm going to be playing on cartridge once we reach the water shrine in order to switch over to, well, the Berserker over there. I tried to get the cheat code to work on console, but I couldn't get it to work, unfortunately. So, until the water shrine, we're going to be on emulator here. Actually kinda curious how much experience these things give. Also right now we one-shot pretty much everything, which is good because it doesn't exactly matter, 30 experience, it does not exactly matter how much damage we deal, since we just one-shot everything anyways. But once we get to enemies that we do no longer one-shot, it actually gets more and more important for us to hope that the Berserker attacks the same target multiple times before switching to other targets. So, yeah. We are level 7, still level 7. Are you going to count it as a win if you get 2-nit, or are you actually unironically going to do it? No, as I mentioned a few times before, I will get 2 Neo-X death, I will give it a few good attempts, but unless we manage to manipulate RNG, I will probably stop after a few attempts at Neo-X death to see whether it's gonna work. But there's always the possibility that we will be able to manipulate RNG if we just research it enough. And even if it's, let's say, triple frame perfect, as long as we get it set up properly and we know what we need to do in order to hit the correct RNG, then it might actually be within the realm of the possible to defeat Neo-X death. all grinding for good RNG once you're there, pretty much. Not really anything else to say about that. But yeah, if we can manipulate it, we will try. Probably for a fair bit longer. We are level 8, so it's quote-unquote safe to get back into the wind shrine. But I'm actually starting to wonder whether it wouldn't be better to just grind outside of it, honestly. Especially maybe in the watery trench, it might be better, just because this gives us more experience overall. Because we don't really care about getting elixirs, since we can only really use them outside of combat anyway. And don't get me wrong, I will use them outside of combat, because might as well. But yeah. Ow. As long as the white snake doesn't paralyze us, we're good. Also there goes the main damage dealer, so we get just... Basically, there's two good targets for fairies to attack in this battle. The white snake, so it can no longer paralyze, or the Moldwind enemy, so it can not deal its 72 damage with the Wind Arrow 1 attack. Also, we already deal 150 damage with each attack. That's a lot of damage. Okay, we're going to try and take out this enemy here. Let's see how this is going to go. So normally you want to stop attacking when this guy decides to go into his wing things. Oh, of course. Also he has this attack. That is Breath Wing, which is 25% of our maximum health and damage every time, which means after 4 attacks we basically are dead. Not entirely. Oh, speaking of 4 attacks, that was just 2 for Ferris. Wow. I guess Ferris does do a lot of damage if she ever gets to attack. Nice. Yeah, either way, Breath Wing. Percentile-based attacks, by the way, are the biggest reason as to why the Solo Berserker challenge is such a ridiculous endeavor, aside from the final boss. The final boss defeats you with just straight up damage. But everything else before that is mainly dangerous because they put you into critical HP, or they deal like 25% of your maximum health and damage, or 50% of your maximum health and damage. In fact, 50% of your maximum health and damage is the reason as to why it will take us so long to get past the first world. We will not be able to defeat Soul Cannon before we hit at least level 90. So this is going to take a long time. This is why this is such a long journey here. And why I also don't think this is a reasonable thing to do on console. 90? Yes. Not 19, 90. So yeah, it's gonna be... Alrighty, we have acquired the first bunch of crystals, which are Black Mage, White Mage, Blue Mage, Monk, Thief, and Knight. But none of those are what we are going to be able to use. Out of curiosity, what accessory do you plan on using? Elf Cape or Hermes Sandals seems like most obvious choices. For the final boss fight, we are going to use a Reflect Ring. Hermes Sandals are definitely interesting to think about, but because the magic casting part is effectively one of the biggest issues that you will be facing one way or another, Hermes Sandals might just be the way to go. Hey Jeff, welcome, how are you doing? I think I'm just going to grind in the trench, which is actually kind of unfortunate that our main character is going to be Ferris, since she does get attacked in the waters, whereas Butts would not get attacked there. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum. Oh well. So, by the way, has anybody watched any other runs in the classic Games Done Quick redone thing over at Games Done Quick channel? If so, what was your favorite run so far? One of the things I noticed is that for a lot of the commentators, the microphones weren't quite as good. And I just kind of jokingly thought, huh, it's like the old classic Games Done Quick, just paying homage to them. Maybe. You haven't been watching RT in Japan. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You watched a few up to Double Dragon 2. Nice. I really liked the Double Dragon 2 one. That was a good one. And thank you, Recodactylus. The TMNT run was good. I agree with that one too. I think the runner couldn't figure out a way, aside from using Discord via the phone, to split up audio from the game and such. At least that was my impression. Alrighty, so next up, order of operation. We need to make sure that we knock out our allies once again before Ferris manages to defeat the enemies. So I will actually want to go ahead and buy some weapons for my friends here. Specifically, probably just 2 broadswords. No, Ferris is not for you. So just 2 broadswords will allow us to equip you with one. Also, we want to unequip the leather armor here, so you deal a bit more damage to yourself. Unequip the leather armor, equip the broadsword, and you already have a broadsword equipped. Okay, that way we hopefully will get that done before Ferris knocks the enemies out, but it might be a bit tricky. Until we get Mithril Daggers, that's gonna be relatively tricky to have Ferris not kill the enemy before we kill ourselves. We might even, after car boss, just briefly turn Ferris into a not Berserker just to ensure that it works. That's another Phoenix down, which dropped from the boss. I have no idea what that is. Either way, selling the leather armor from our friends, we buy more potions and then we finally go on. Welcome to you, Alarai. I hope you're doing well. It just yeah, they started super late. Well, at least from my time zone anyways. Alrighty, another thing I was considering is there's actually enemy encounters right here, which are relatively strong, but I have no idea whether the Ferris is going to be able to take these out. Hey Tiro, I probably should just make a command for that at this point. Japanese because I'm going to be playing on the cartridge, and the original version is Japanese. That's the only version you can get a regular cartridge from when it was originally released. So yeah, as you can see, these enemies here are pretty decently strong. We are probably not going to be able to knock them out. Well, maybe. Varys does deal a lot of damage, but I don't know whether she would even survive the attacks from the enemies. Those are only 90 damage, unless you one-shot this guy, which you do. That is actually a lot of experience compared to any other place, but I think they are a bit too strong for us to take on right now reliably. We need to level up a bit more. But yeah, welcome to Idira. I hope you're doing well. So we open up the door, and now we can already go to Karabas. Should we give Karabas a try? I think right now it's 7 attacks in order to defeat him. 7 attack is a lot. I think it is 7. Let's see real quick. Yeah, level 8 is 7 attacks. Level 11 would be 6. Honestly, level 11 is not particularly far away, so I might as well just go for it. So, these are the enemies I was talking about earlier. If we actually chose Butts as our Berserker, Butts would not get attacked by these enemies here. Unfortunately, well, Ferris does, so we do have to invest healing potions. But they do give a bit more experience than the Wind Shrine enemies. And no annoying paralyzation, as well as not having to worry about spellcasters or anything like that, so it's gonna be a bit nicer over here. Kind of slow though. Berserker! Woo. Hey Kablooey Crabs, welcome! Thank you so much for the 4 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Welcome to you as well, Raiko. Good morning. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Oops. Keep clicking the wrong things here. Wonder how much money we get per encounter. That is another 10. Wait, no, it costs 40. A bit more than 10, like 12 healing potions. Hey, preemptive. We get to attack first. That's unusual. Yes, Kablooey Crabs. The specific reason for Japanese is because the original version, for the Super Nintendo version, is Japanese, so I decided to play this in Japanese, so I can play it on a cartridge. Goes from playing a game with 2 controls to a game where you don't even need to use the controller. Well, I need to press left and right, and hold down the A button to confirm after the battle. And thank you, Grim, I appreciate that. After that nonsense. Yeah. Actually not bad. You may have seen it in the hand cam, but I actually change my hand position rather frequently, and like I just let my hands move frequently in different positions, and I do the same movement in different ways on the controllers, just to, well, not cramp them up in any way. It's just something I've always done naturally, but it's also something I've learned is actually kind of important to do. Especially whenever I was at a point where I just wanted to practice a potion, and after like 15 minutes, like, alright, probably should stop practicing for now. Maybe a bit unrelated, but are you going to try out Secret Mana Open World mode when it comes out? I will be trying this after the Final Fantasy 5 Solo Berserker here, so yes. Might not be immediately when it comes out, but eventually. Wait, what level did I go for? My brain is like a sieve. We're level 9, I want to go to level 11, that's it. One of the more annoying parts is going to be whenever we have to walk up to a boss and there's random encounters in between. Every single attempt, Ferris is going to fight every single encounter because we cannot run away from them. Oh well. Oh yeah, I just realized. I don't have to worry about keeping the other characters at the lowest possible level. Because this is the emulator, I'm not gonna continue with this after the Wood Shrine. Derp. What is Secret of Mana Open World? Basically, Secret of Mana Open World is a randomizer that is probably going to be similar to like Final Fantasy 4 Free Enterprise or Zelda Link to the Past or similar randomizers where you just are given your means of transportation around the world, and then you have to find progression by probably beating various bosses in various places and instances in order to progress further. I don't know how that's going to go or work out. I'm actually going to be really curious, so... I was told by Moppleton recently, hey, it's actually mostly beatable now. Which I thought was kind of funny to think about. It's mostly beatable now with the open world randomizer. We are level... That's the wrong thing. 428 experience more to next level. Level 10. We're currently beta testing with a lot of people. We've already done some recent, yes. A lot of seeds are beatable. Naturally. Oh! I didn't realize those things can use like a lightning attack. Huh. Goes to show how many times I fight those guys. The biggest problem now is enemy stat balancing. Yeah, that would be rather difficult. Personally, I'm a big fan of Zelda Link to the Past randomizer, largely because the enemies and techniques and etc. everything is just what you know from the original game, so you can use your original game knowledge. The way like Final Fantasy 4 Free Enterprise does it is they just distributes the bosses into random places. And based on which place they are at, they have different stats and, well, defenses, etc. They still have the general, like, same idea behind them with their stat balance, but they have significantly less HP in one place than another, etc. And that's just kind of like what I prefer to be more like the original game, where I know that enemy, I know he has exactly 78 HP, and I know how to reasonably deal that damage within a short period of time. But then again, it's not inherently a bad thing if it's well balanced. Have you done Red Mage with this? No, I have not done it yet, but eventually I will do it, yes. So, to give you a brief overview for this, if you're a mobile, this is kind of difficult to follow the link, but you could follow the link for the solo character challenge sheet. And there you can see we have completed White Mage Dragoon, Dancer, Blue Mage, Chemist, Necromancer, Time Mage, Geomancer, Oracle, Mystic Knight, Hunter, Summoner, Bard, Cannoneer, and Ninja. Currently we have number 16, Berserker in progress, and the ones that are still going to be done eventually are Beastmaster, Black Mage, Freelancer, Knight, Mime, Monk, Red Mage, Samurai, Thief, Necromancer 2.0, and Gladiator. So yeah, we are a bit more than halfway through at this point. But I will probably take a rather long break after the solo Berserker, to be completely honest with you. How much more Ferris? 178, that's like 2 encounters? Maybe 3. So 2 more encounters, then we go and stock up on healing potions, and then we go and try to see how we can take on Carl boss. So I take bets. Who thinks that we need like more than 10 attempts at Carl boss? You can't see it, but I just raised my hand, which is kind of silly. But yes, I think we are going to take more than 10 attempts in Carl boss. We need 6 successful attacks at the very least in order to defeat him with our stats. First try every time. Might as well remove the straw polling. Oh yeah, actually, I can do that. Thank you. I forgot about that. Good point. Alright, update that one. Sounds serious. That was a lot of damage there. Hooded ornament, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. And welcome, I hope you're doing well. If you fail the first time, you can change your strategy. Yeah, the only way we can change up strategies as a Berserker is either leveling more, which is literally the only way in a lot of cases, or alternatively... Let's see real quick. 8 more experience, alright, we're probably going to get an encounter on the way anyways, so let's just restock and go. Either leveling more or changing up the equipment. That's it, let's just try again. Can we spend rabbits, grammars, sandwiches? Oh, yeah, actually that's a good question. We can brainstorm that a bit while we are grinding with the Berserker here. But yeah, yes, you can rename those and you can add different images and pictures there. So I wasn't entirely sure what to put there yet, so... If anybody has an idea, feel free to let me know. I would probably want to keep it in the same style, so I might just ask an artist to doodle a little thing of whatever we decide it's going to be. And just have it like a outline, a purple outline or something of that equivalent. You never realize how many different shops there are in Final Fantasy V. Yeah, it has a lot of them. Rumps? How would you represent a rump in like a picture format? I guess just a rabbit rump. Although I feel like the rumps might be kind of lost on people who just haven't been around for a long time. Can we Tamagotchi our own rabbit? We tried that for a while at some point. But it's a lot of programming work to get it properly done. And also, it's a lot of chat interaction. Half-eaten bread. Nice. I was considering moths as like just the outline of a moth/butterfly wing, which I actually originally used as the channel subscriber icon. Oh dear. Doing this right now just kind of makes me realize, oh yeah, retrying Carl boss is going to be slow. Also let me update the deaths document, or death counts anyways. Yes, we are at number 16 Berserker now. Also I will want to probably figure out where exactly the threshold is for next encounter. That is 3 encounters already, or was it 4 already? Before we even get to Carl boss. Also somebody's barbecuing outside and it just... The air basically is itching my eyes now because of the stuff, whatever you call that. That's unpleasant. I will going to close the window in just a moment here. Alrighty, we have 3 random deaths and 0 carbos so far. Let's see whether that's going to be changing. I say we will take about, let's say, 13 attempts on carbos. Welcome to Yusef, and well, welcome to barbecue is making the berserk. It's more about like the coal or whatever you say, the smoke of it, rather than the barbecue smell. Like, I only smell the coal rather than anything else. So give me a second. And good luck, berserker. Alrighty, I'm back. So, how many attacks did we get in? We are still alive somehow. The Arula is actually going to be easier for a different reason. Also, I guess the immediate attack after getting removed from paralyzation actually can help quite a bit for a berserker here. Ah, I feel like that was really close, wasn't it? A lot closer than I expected it to be. But hey, so for anybody who does not know this boss here, that's Carbos. He has 3 different moves he can use. He can just do a regular physical attack. He can then also do a physical attack that simultaneously paralyzes us. And then he can also do a tail screw attack, which puts us to critical HP, meaning 9 HP or less is what we remain with. Which means if he paralyzes us, then puts us into a tail screw, and then he just hits us, we're gonna be dead without being able to do anything about it. 1 hit away, wow. Probably not going to stay that way anyways. That's okay. Either way, we just have to walk back there now. And it looks like we're not on a particularly favorable path here in terms of how many encounters we're getting. Damn. Carbos also has 650 HP and is a gigantic roadblock for a lot of solo characters. And it looks like it's no different for our poor little Berserker. Although, the Berserker does have a very unique advantage with being able to just attack right after being paralyzed, because most other characters have to refill their ATB from the beginning again before they can do anything. A very unique advantage of the Berserker, I suppose. The downside is obviously that I cannot even heal after getting put to critical HP, which in the long run is going to be way, way worse. But hey. Nice. Attempt number 2. By the way, I just left my death count window open. Because might as well keep it open, I suppose. 147. Good number. Oh, there's already tail screw. Unless we block literally every other attack now, we're not gonna survive. And goodbye, Ferris. So basically, he has a 1 in 3 chance to use tail screw on the 2nd and 3rd turn. He only has 3 different cycles of AI combat. So the first turn, He has a 2 in 3 chance to attack and paralyze us at the same time, a 1 in 3 chance to just only attack, which is what we want. Then in the second turn and third turn, he has a 1 in 3 chance to attack and paralyze, 1 in 3 chance to just attack, and a 1 in 3 chance to put us into critical HP. We can potentially resist the tail screw, that is possible, although rather unlikely. But possible, but unlikely. Especially since we have no magic evasion right now. Our equipment provides 0. The only way we can resist it is by level difference. We are 6 levels higher than Carl Boss. I don't know what the baseline hit chance of tail screw is, but, well, we have a chance to survive it anyways. It's not a good chance, but it's there. It has happened before. Also, we do have about a 10% chance to block with a shield every time he attacks with a physical attack. So, if he stun attacks, it's not an automatic, well, stun, thanks to being able to use a shield. So the Berserker actually has a better time dealing with Carl Boss than a number of other solo characters, oddly enough. Just because it deals really good damage if it attacks, because it can attack shortly after being paralyzed, and they can even block some attacks. So, actually kind of decent odds compared to a lot of others. Although not being able to heal after tail screw really hurts. Then again, I don't even have any elixirs yet. Okay, immediately stunned. That's pretty much expected at the beginning of combat. 2 out of 3 times he will do that. While we are paralyzed and he tries to paralyze again, he actually does not get to like renew the paralyzation if we are still paralyzed. Nice. Okay. That was a paralyzation attack. That's the regular attack, that's really good odds for us. That's the third attack right here. Attack number 4. We are actually almost done. And we even blocked the second attack, wow. Nice, okay. Third try. I was 10 off with my guess. But I was only 2 deaths to this guy. And now we can just continue. Again, the Berserker dealing really good damage. And having a shield is a big difference maker in this. First third try. I don't know. I think it's just third try, usually. Am I going for an early elf mantle? I don't think so? No. We're going to go straight for the water shrine. And that's gonna be that. So the water or Garvula is going to be surprisingly difficult, as you may find, but before that we have to deal with Siren as well as Magiza, which are going to be the big difficulties. Let's see, what is going to be our next goal for grinding here? According to my calculator, the next best chance to deal more damage is level 14. So level 14 we may want to reach before trying to go for Siren. We can just try it anyways and see how it works without leveling up first, but well, we'll see. I think I'm just going to go for Siren and see how it goes. And if I feel like I need a bit more power, we'll just go to 14. But yeah, probably not going for an early elf mantle just because the chance to hit of these guys is really low and they deal a ton of damage. We'll probably get the elf mantle once we escape from Karnak, and that's it. As good as the elf mantle is, oddly enough, it's probably going to be better to have more defense in a lot of cases, especially for the grinding part. Alrighty. I'm not even going to bother picking up the flail. And here's the big problem about trying to keep our other characters at a low level. Because Ferris will defeat this guy before we get the chance to kill off our own allies. But again, this is actually not that big of a deal, because I will switch over to the cartridge anyways, where I have all the other characters at the lowest possible level still. So what I would have done here is I would have probably turned Ferris briefly into a not Berserker, killed off the allies and then run away, which is not all that necessary really. Elf Mantle plus Magos is a hilarious amount of evade, yes, plus we get a Mithril Shield on top of it. It's 50% chance to block with an Elf Mantle and Magos in the first place. It's really good. And after pretty much every encounter right now we need to heal. At some point we will have so much HP and probably also defense that I won't have to heal for probably like 20-30 minutes at a time. Or even longer than that, depending on where we grind. It's actually going to be a pretty interesting point of where we want to grind. With Emulator Speed Up, it's most efficient to grind in a place where you get consistent experience without necessarily having to heal in between. Which ended up being on the Karnak Plains for me when I did that on Emulator with Speed Up. But without Emulator Speed Up, where we are paying, well, half attention to the game and probably do other stuff on the side. Also, 1 in 16 dagger drops, so that's neat. We might actually be better off with... like defeating chimeras or something like that, where we have to heal after every encounter, but they give 1000 experience each time. Or maybe even other places that I haven't even thought of yet. It's going to be a bit of an experimentation period until we get settled on where we want to go. Also, I would like to point out that we're going to reach very soon the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 on the timer. 6 and 7 if you're really close at looking at the hundreds digits, but I'm not that good. Either way, next time we're going to have something similar. It will be at 12 hours and 1, 2, 12 hours, that would be 34 minutes and 56 seconds. So that's gonna be taking a while until we get there again. We might actually even get to the next one with 123 hours. Although then the minutes and seconds don't quite work out anymore, because can't count that high with those. No, frogs are friends, not food. Sneaky, 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 haha. We have a level 2 Gallof, but oh well. Frogs are the friendliest food. Frogs are friends, not food. I got time to intervene because it's a mono-circuit. Up, it's a one-chop siesta. Oh. Well, I guess not terrible. Wow, fairies actually one-shot the enemy that is in the backline. That's kind of impressive. I may want to grind a little bit anyways. Or maybe we just keep going. I don't really know, honestly. Hello, what? Welcome. How are you doing? What? I think I'm going to go grab the antidotes, go back, and then we go for Siren. We'll probably get a level along the way if I do that. Probably. I think there's supposed to be an H after the T. There we go. Thank you. But yeah, for anybody who is curious, the next Yaka Monthly is going to be basically just a longer stream of the Berserker. We might actually just do a bunch of fun stuff on the side, like maybe play some puzzle games together, or maybe other things that you can do with chat. All while I'm just, well, dedicating at least one hand to walking left and right and holding down the A button. Coincidentally, this should take a whole month. I kind of hope to get it done within 3 weeks. I have a slight hope of it being 2 weeks, but we'll see. Yeah, puzzle games might actually be a good way to approach it, honestly. Like, I was mainly thinking of the likes of, let's say, The Adventures of Lolo, or something like that. Oddly enough, I actually do not want to be higher than level 14, because at level 15 I will lose the attack multiplier with the dagger. So it's gonna be a bit awkward, because there's no way I can avoid encounters, aside from opening and closing the menu on the overworld, I suppose. Also, we just got our first elixir there. I mean, you can read it. HP, MP... something, something, something. Either way, it says Eri... probably Xiru. I just know Eri. That's it. That's all I need to know for Tales of Phantasia speedruns anyways. Alright, let's see how we're going to go. So the reason I picked up the antidotes is because there is a pretty solid chance that we're going to get poisoned in the Siren battle. And if I don't have a way to remove the poison, that would be really bad for us overall. Oh, I just used the elixir. That's okay. It's not like it matters, because we can't use them in combat anyways. Call for Kishura to read Japanese. Nah, we can read it ourselves, he's fine. Here's Eri. So Kusa are the two members I didn't realize. Alrighty, thank you Samurai Guru. And welcome, I hope you're doing well. You have a table with all the names. I will probably be very handy for me once I get to the equipment part. But then again, most of the game will probably be spent just walking left and right. Actually, most of the time anyways. I'm actually going to be curious. When I did this with emulated speed up for grinding, the most effective place was effectively just the Karnak fields, because enemies there basically did no damage. I'm curious how that's going to change, or if that's going to change, where else I could go if I can actually pay attention to stuff. Alrighty, so we get to our next boss. Our next boss here is Siren. Let me actually check real quick how close we are to the next level. 324. I may want to get that. Maybe not. It's not gonna make a difference in terms of damage, but we would have more maximum HP. So, this next boss here is Siren. Siren is a boss, as you can tell, that has a humanoid form, which has effectively no physical defense, and an undead form, which has a ton of physical defense. So, in a humanoid form, she will cast 3 spells, usually 1 attack spell, 1 debuff spell or a buff spell, and 1 supportive spell. And in the second form, she will just physically attack when she is undead. Now the idea is to just hit her before she transforms, hopefully into the undead form, because that's when she has less defense. She has, I think, 900 HP, and while we're not inherently in danger of dying too quickly, since she does not have an insta-kill move, she does have abilities like Slow, which will make our Berserker go even slower than he already does. Actually, I think Slow doesn't even make that much of a difference, oddly enough. And she also has Stop. Does she have Stop? Either way, she can also put us to sleep, which means we are not gonna be able to do anything until she hits us with a physical attack. So, yeah. I'm going to guess we're going to beat her like second or third try in this case. We already defeated the Carl boss in 3 tries, so that was pretty good. Siren, I kind of consider to be a little bit easier, but then again we haven't exactly grinded much. I've just been mostly walking through, so let's see how this is going to go. Let's see. So she casts haste on herself, Eyes on us, Eyes 1 that is, and then we get 1 attack of 147 damage. Not too bad. And then another spell. So haste actually makes her go ridiculously fast, which means we got 1 attack in the humanoid form, but she actually loses haste as she transforms into the undead form, which is definitely to our benefit, but then again she just deals a ton of physical damage in the undead form. We have to block the next attack, else we're just straight up dead here. And good night, fairies. But yeah, in this case, probably just want to go ahead and grind up to like the next level threshold, which is 14. I think that makes the most sense in this case. She does just deal a good chunk of damage. Even though it's not instant death, well, these were not even necessarily the worst moves she could do. At least she didn't put us to sleep or put armor on herself or anything like that. So yeah. Also, the bright side, I have my elixir back that I accidentally used earlier. So we're just gonna be running back and forth here for like 5 minutes, and then we will probably be around level 14 by the time we should arrive at Silent. That's the goal anyways. Also, HP Leak is really an unpleasant status effect, because it just completely ignores any defense and armor you may have. Which is, oh, by the way, one of the big reasons we can't grind inside the steamship, because there's enemies that have HP Leak status. Otherwise, inside the steamship would actually be a really nice and easy way to grind, but, well, doesn't really work properly anyways. Even once we have like 3000, 4000, 5000 HP, because we, well, don't want to heal all the time, it's just not that great. Especially since inside the steamship the experience is not particularly good either. It would just be good if, well, we basically took no damage. Which, as you can clearly see, is not the case. Am I dropping frames? I am actually dropping frames, yes. I dropped 1003 frames. That's not good. To be fair. Not like you're missing much, but that's still not good. But yeah, I am dropping frames. I currently have my sister to visit around here, so they might be using a bit more bandwidth than usual. Well, let's just hope it's not gonna be too bad. Seems to be mostly stable. Nice, perfect hug. Slight pitch change. I think that actually might come from the emulator. No, that is from the emulator, just now as well. That has actually nothing to do with the stream. I don't know why that happens. I don't know whether it happens in the original thing, but we will have plenty of time to analyze that during the time we're actually going to be playing on console. It's a feature, right? It might just be my PC not being as strong as my laptop, honestly, in the end. Which definitely is a bit of an issue. The emulator is set up in a way where it should just kind of emulate the exact conditions that it has on console. At least that's the theory. Don't know how accurate that is. Okay, how much more? 572, so that's gonna take a while. A rabbit found another rabbit. I have the slight suspicion that a rabbit is going to find a lot of other rabbits soon. I'm actually mildly looking forward to the point where I don't have to pay much attention to the game anymore, just look left and right. But that's not gonna be for a while. Then again, being able to actually make progress right now is really nice too. No, I have heard of it, Menblock. I have heard of the On the Owls run, but I have not done that myself yet. Actually, I hope Moppleton by now implemented a button where we can like distribute the drops among all enemies. That would be fun. Like so they can drop basically anything. Instead of the same spawn, only drop specifically the items they already spawn drops. Hey, another elixir. Yay, another elixir. Oh wait, it's still going to be helpful. We will be using a lot of elixirs while grinding because our alternative is effectively going to be to use ints and then kill off our allies every time again. Or, well, cabins for that matter. Or we use 100 potions for 5000 HP healing. Which we will have 5000 HP before we get high potions. That's just how it's going to be. Is the gauntlet the normal drop? 90 defense for the upper lands. If not, then the Nopu has randomized item drops. The gauntlet is a normal random drop, a rare drop in fact, from the Dark Knights in the Shadow Temple. It's very unusual to get one that early, but if you do, your character basically cannot be hurt by anything anymore until you get into the Pure Lens. It's insanely good, because it gives 255 magic defense. You got it from the Nemesis Owl, the Owl percent run. So usually it depends on where the owl is located, based on what it will drop. When you were level 6... Oh wow, okay, so it actually did get randomized. Nice. Yeah, that will actually pretty much eliminate all the problems you would probably have with things, I suppose. Yeah, that's exactly what I actually enjoyed the most about the vanilla randomized game. Actually, opening chest was interesting again, because it could be anything. So I really like that one. Oh, we are 14 already. I was just spacing out and grinding here. 14 is actually the number we want to have in order to deal more damage to Siren. At 15 I will deal less damage. Just because of, well, how no, the dagger works in a weird way. It was in the open world beta. I see, that sounds nice, man block. I might actually want to just jump into it completely blind for that matter. I think that's probably what I'm going to be doing. Is this one character all slash any class? One character, one class. Yeah, it's one character, one class. So one character, one berserker. That's it. Nothing else. Hey Ryak, welcome. Thank you for the good luck. I will need it. Fighting level 150 enemy using corrupt stats. Yeah, no. I like it when it's more strategy rather than grinding. Amari, thank you. Thank you very, very much for 34 Ramsa support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. 34 months is quite a long time, so, well, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to you. Alrighty, so once again, we are back to Siren. Siren has 900 HP, casts 3 spells in the human form, where she has 0 defense, and then does 3 physical attacks in the zombie form, where she has a lot of physical defense. Basically, we just see how it goes. She has pretty nasty spells, but it's not like we can play around them. We have a Berserker. We just hope and pray. And that's all there is to it, really. Alrighty, so let's see how this is going to go. Silence doesn't really affect us, we're not really exactly casting spells. We are throwing stuff at her. 176 damage. Ice 1 is a fine spell. It deals a good chunk of damage, but not exactly threatening as other things would be, like for example sleep. Well, we are not going to be able to get an attack in until she attacks us at least once physically, which, well, I guess kinda thankfully she will do right here. So her physical attacks here always have a chance to also silence us at the same time as they deal damage. Poison us at the same time they deal damage. Poison deals damage for 1/16 of your maximum health. So it's actually quite a number once it starts ticking. And we will probably not survive one more spell attack on top of, well, poison tick. That is haste, so she will go once again before us. She's also healing, but actually... not quite, okay. So, we would have killed her if she didn't heal. Unfortunately, well, she did heal, and we are likely not going to survive her physical attack here. One more physical attack on our side would do it, but, well, we are not gonna get there, I don't think. Oh! Never mind, we did. Alrighty, that was second try. Nice. And we get a bronze shield for our troubles. The bronze shield is nice because it has higher potential defense. I believe it's a 15% chance to block rather than a 10%. So that's actually pretty good. Alright. And this is also why we went to get the antidote earlier. So, antidotes are here, I think? Nope, that's not antidotes. That's the antidotes. I knew we only had 2. Rump rump. Oh boy, I just missed it. Now I need to probably go and search for my wallet and keys. So, everybody, please make sure that you, well, probably too late now, but hide your wallets, hide anything that looks like food, hide anything that remotely smells like food, because the rumper likes to eat everything. Rump, 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 rump. I was not prepared. So we just try to get to the next area down here in the south. We are actually starting to run out of potions, so we definitely will want to get more of these too. Such is the life of a berserker. Okay, we made it. Nice. So, first order of operation, we're going to go ahead and buy ourselves... do we actually want to buy a new weapon here? Oh, we actually cannot buy a new weapon. Only daggers available, so never mind. The next place does have new weapons, and this is where I do want to buy new ones. So we already have a shield, but now we can also buy a bronze helmet. We can buy... or actually it's copper, isn't it? By the way, then we also have a copper armor, and that means we actually get a bunch more defense here. So the number you see in the bottom right there, 3 to 4, I actually don't know which one, is defense increased by 1, defense increased by 3, I'm pretty sure it's the upper one. The lowest one is equipment weight, so actually everything is a lot heavier. And that's pretty much all we get. That's our improved defense, which actually means enemies are going to deal significantly less damage now. I also briefly want to go over here, pick up the money from the pub. And that's kind of mostly it. Double salsa tacos. Yeah. Because apparently you can never have enough salsa. So in there was another antidote. And now we go ahead and pick up a bunch of potions. Actually, I may want to pick up more antidotes. Because we might get poisoned a bunch. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Let's just get a bunch of antidotes here. And the rest we will just invest into potions. And we have maximum potions again. And I forget what all the other items are. I think those are probably status recovery items, but for the most part, that's kind of secondary. Either way, we are now equipped to take on the North Mountain. Let's see how that's going to go. Yep, we take significantly less damage now. We have 5% more chance to block physical attacks, so you will see that shield actually pop up significantly more often than before. And honestly, daggers are pretty good weapons here. Like you might think, oh, you just can only use daggers, that's horrible. No, daggers are really good actually. Like really, really good. It's probably the weapon I would use most of the time anyways here, even if there was some other axe available. Just because axes have a horrible chance to hit ratio. And since I one-shot everything with one attack anyways, it wouldn't exactly matter if I were to deal more damage. Only thing that matters is, well, to hit. So there's various chests around the way, but I don't feel like I will need them. So we're just gonna go. One of the nice features of a dagger is that you also increase your chance to hit, because the enemy's evasion is halved if you attack through a dagger. This bot is really stacked against evil, that's just not fair. It's actually exactly 50-50. Except Save a Frog is a guaranteed taking out a frog out of the food box, because Delicious Frog is a guaranteed putting a frog into the food box. Yep, Berserkers just attack. That's literally all they can do. They do not have the opportunity to do literally anything else. Isn't no 750 basically no rod breaking class? Kind of. The 750 for the purposes of the 4-drop Fiesta usually just includes mostly mage type characters. Like even if they don't necessarily connect the broads, such as I think Geomancer and Dancer are included in the 750. Will also not be available if you go no 750. Welcome to you with that said, however. How is Zerker Ferris? Well, faring as expected so far. The early game here, not that big of a problem. Although we did already have a few random deaths because, well, we cannot run away or we cannot heal in combat. And unfortunately we did hit level 15, which means we actually deal a bit less damage now than we did level 14. But this may or may not make a difference for this next encounter here. Let's see how this is going to go. Alright, the next encounter here against Magiza is as follows. Magiza has 600 HP. That's not a whole lot, but she can use Drain, which deals about 250 to 300 damage and heals her for the same amount. So he basically just hopes that she doesn't use Drain. The 1 in 3 chance on the second turn, she only has 2 separate turns. Once you bring her below 300 HP max or total, she will call in her husband Forza, which is a guy that has actually some defense and puts Magiza into the back row, which means we also deal half damage to her. Although it's still desirable to attack or defeat Magiza first, because Forza is purely physical. We do have decent physical defense at this point, so we would be able to take him out reasonably easily. Let's see how this is going to go. 50 damage? That's okay. On the 75, that's also okay. Alright, physical attack in the second turn is definitely what we want to see here. That will already bring out Forza. Oh, but not yet, I suppose. So now she's going to bring out Forza. So we need 2 more attacks, I think, on Magiza in order to defeat her. So we just hope that Ferris gets the 50-50 onto Magiza first. So Forza now gets the Regeneration spell, which, considering how much damage we deal, is not gonna matter that much. It's just gonna, well, make Magiza not attack, which is good. Oh, she's not in the back row? That's weird. Either way, just dealing with Forza is going to be basically just who is going to come out on top on this. Thank you for blocking. We need to probably block at least once more in order to defeat this guy. I would guess anyways. 63, yeah, we don't survive 2 more attacks. Especially since he is actually decently fast. At first you have to block that next attack. Unfortunately it did not quite work out. Alrighty, +1 death counter. And we are just gonna try this again and again until it works, basically. Let's actually see, how close are we to a level up? Kind of far away, actually. So let's just go. Will I have a way to regeneration health, drain HP? There's a guard ring in World 3, but by the time we get there, that thing is going to be having some use, but not nearly as much as you would hope for. Because getting to World 3 is, or even getting to World 2 is literally the biggest part of this challenge. Alright, let's see how this is going to go for us. Does the region spell an item? It is indeed. Nice. So Magiza didn't get an additional attack this time, which is really good for us. Let's just see how this is going to work. 154. Ow. Ow. Well, if he just keeps hitting like a truck like that, we are also going to lose at this rate. Unless Ferris magically blocks like 7 attacks in a row. Yeah, that's what I thought. Would have been really fascinating if Ferris didn't deblock that much. We may want to just grind for a while longer here, potentially. Just because, might as well. Hey Napshot, welcome, and Run, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Welcome to you. And well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Did you try reviving your other characters? That would make this much easier. Yes, you are correct. It would make it much easier, but that would kind of defeat the purpose of a solo character challenge, unfortunately. Oh, thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate that. I was actually considering putting Ferris into the back row, so Forza would only deal half damage. But that would actually potentially not work out that well for us, unfortunately. Because Magiza will just actually rack up quite a bit of damage there. Alrighty, I feel like we need a bit more levels here. I feel like we need a bit or a few more levels here before we can reasonably try this. So I'm just gonna walk back down the mountain and I don't know, just randomly walk around I suppose. Okay. Because the chances of us succeeding here are not particularly good from what I can tell. Let's see. Let's see, what would be our next leveling goal here to win? Also adds 3 deaths to Magi's and Forza. Calculator. So the next best level to meet certain attack thresholds is actually a 16 exactly. For dealing a little bit more damage, then the next level threshold would be level 19. In case you're wondering why I'm walking outside, I'm actually worried about running out of potions. So I want to be kind of close to the city when grinding. So yeah, we are probably going to go to level 19 at this point. I think that is going to be the next best place. Which also means that the console thing that I set up, which is level 15, I will have to, or will want to probably just briefly grind up to level 19 as well. The critical attacks are always such a nasty hit. Yeah, I think it's 100% more damage rather than 50% that it usually is on that guy. It's called Tackle on the Fran translation. One day Berserker could use a Brave Blade. Honestly, if a Berserker could use the swords at all, this would be already a much more reasonable challenge, because you could actually reasonably take out Soul Cannon. But yeah, Brave Blade would definitely help. Well, Brave Blade is not even that good, because the main challenge is World 1. By the time we get to the Brave Blade, damage output is not the problem, surviving is. I suppose if we had a Brave Blade, it would be helpful against enemies that just deal a ton of damage. Have we already done Solo Knight? No. Solo Knight is one of the ones that is still outstanding. The entire early game is just mouth. Yeah, and probability. Basically, we don't want to... We want to kind of equalize or increase our chances to a reasonable degree. So, it is definitely possible to defeat Magis and Forza right now. It's just probably more reasonable to go ahead and grind up... What is it? 3 more levels? 4 more levels actually from here. And then defeat them, rather than trying to defeat them right now. I'm so not used to not having to heal after every single encounter, so my reaction to this is just automatic, more or less. Oh well. You should make the channel points little frog friends. It's an interesting idea. I'll consider it. Yeah, I mean, I'm open for suggestion what channel points could be or should be. I have just not exactly figured out what they should be. Maybe make them tiny berserkers. It would be temporary if we did this. While I like Final Fantasy 5, it's not quite the thing that I mainly do here. GP, so we can buy stuff from Mecha. How would you represent that through an image though? Ooh, shiny. How are you going to plan? How sort of going to mid to late game with this job? The short version is that we are going to be significantly over leveled by the time we even leave the early game. Because the problem is getting past Sandworm and then afterwards past Soul Cannon. Since for Sandworm you can probably defeat that guy at level 70. For Soul Cannon you need to be more than 90 probably to have a reasonable chance at winning. So that's that. We're going to be at least level 90. Probably more like 92 or so. By the time we even get past the early game. And by then, we can probably just zerk down most bosses or enemies. Not all of them even. Still going to be some trouble. I don't even know what we are getting from these enemies, by the way. No idea. Looks like antidotes. Someone should look if RNG manipulation is feasible. Well, that's exactly what we're gonna be doing. While we are going to be in the big grind. We haven't arrived at the big grind yet. The big grind will start after Liquid Flame. Yeah, it's gonna be a long journey. Very, very long journey. Oh, I guess I didn't remove that tag. Hang on. Not even a speedrun for that matter. From a breeze to a thunderstorm. Well... sure, we can say that. So by restarting an emulator, going to console later. Because in order to unlock the Berserker on a regular cartridge, you have to either use a cheat device, which I tried and it didn't work, or you need to complete the water crystal power, which thankfully isn't too far into the game. So I already set up the save file, which has a level 15 Soul of Harris, after the water crystal being already a Berserker. This does indeed take significantly less potions than I anticipated it to, but it's also kinda slow. I'm going to restock potions and then walk back up and then just see how long we can grind on the mountain, just outside Magi's Torsa. Going to have to pump that Ferris at 15. Yeah. So what I actually plan on doing is just briefly buying a bunch of rods and killing enemies by rod breaking as a freelancer with, well, on cartridge, just to catch up onto it. So we might actually go over to Karnak. Maybe. No guarantees. Back attack. Well, that could take a while. That's okay. Let's see. I mean, maybe all I need to defeat Megalodon Forza is just more maximum HP, which we have acquired a bit by now. Maybe we could try it. Maybe I should just, well, wait a little bit anyways. I think I'm going to go at least for the next level, which I believe we are 17 right now, which means we might as well go for 19 anyways. I'm not sure about that one actually. We'll see. Actually, I think we just reached the next level. Oh, it's only 16. Nope, 308. Not that much further. Alrighty, we're going to try it at 17. Just giving it like 3 attempts or so to see how close we get. Probably still need like 2 or 3 blocks, which isn't too unlikely. Alrighty, level 17, let's see. That is 2 more than before, which means we have a good chunk more HP, which may just be barely sufficient. We also deal a bit more damage, thanks to no longer being level 15 in particular. So, who knows? It might just be enough. We could technically level high enough that we could effectively two-shot Magisa, which would also be kind of funny. Because then she would never even call Forza in the first place. Alright, yeah, let's see what we're going to do. As pretty much expected. She will always use Ice, Fire or Lightning on the first turn, I think. Then a physical attack on the second turn is really, really good for us. And she will get back to... Oh! Never mind, she doesn't even cast a spell anymore. Fairy's attacks, she might be able to finish her off. Not quite. Unfortunately, not quite strong enough. But this is where level 19 would definitely help to defeat Magisa in 3 hits. Pretty much guaranteed. And Fairy's now splitting up the damage, it does really not help. Especially with the drain. It's only 180, quote unquote only. But it's basically healing for that much and dealing damage for that much, which is just way too much damage that we take. Let's give it like 2 or 3 more tries. Afterwards I will probably just keep walking back and forth for a while. So increasing the death count by 1. Wait, where is it? There it is. We have reached 2 digits for the death count. Which we might even exceed 1,000. I hope not. But we will guaranteed reach 3 digits. So let's see how that's going to go. If we go purely by odds and we want to finish the game, it would be over 1,000. Like almost guaranteed. Because the odds of defeating the final boss are so low. Into X death counts. I mean, I'm counting each individual death anyways already, so kinda. 592, yeah, it's just not quite that tough with those numbers. Rip. One more. With no damage split and no drain, it's probably doable right now. Probably, yeah. But the problem is, on the previous attempt, we would only need 1 more attack, like 1 more 50-50 on Magisa. Right now it's 2 because of the, well, damage number difference. That does not exactly help. That was a Drain, but it missed. So Drain actually is an attack that can miss, if we're lucky. But well, we need to get lucky. We deal 226 damage, I think, which, well, it didn't. Yeah, that's not good. Alright, we're gonna go to 19. Basically, it's definitely doable. But the catch is just that it's gonna potentially take a lot of attempts. And at least level 19 should be almost guaranteed to win. Plus we need to grind anyways at some point. But then again, later grinds would be more efficient because we get more experience. Have we decided what you'll do during that long grind to 92? Yes, first of all we will try to figure out whether we can manipulate RNG in this game. Basically just running on the side while also like looking at stuff via emulator. Just to see whether we can figure out certain things about it. Which I have actually absolutely no experience with, so that's going to be interesting. And then the other thing will be... The other thing will be that we might play some puzzle games on the side, just kind of having people play along. Or we might do like learning Japanese, because it is Japanese. Stuff like that is currently the plan. If you have any other suggestions, feel free to bring them forth. I am more than willing to listen and hear what you may have to bring. Well, hey, Fraggle. Thank you for the good luck. I will need it. I will need a lot of luck, in fact. Am I doing this in console? Not yet, but as soon as we reach the water tower, we switch over to console. Or well, as soon as we complete the water tower. Or the water crystal, I suppose. Why do I keep calling it the water tower? Basically, after the second crystal, we can naturally switch to Berserker. And that's kind of what I need in order to do that on console, because the Game Genie didn't work that I bought. Well, technically an action replay too, but same difference. At least it's more comfortable grinding here. Yeah. We can go with that. Where are they during the boss fights? Nobody knows. That's okay. I'd like to also point out that, in theory, what I could do is I could give Ferris Berserk as a Berserker, so she can Berserk while she is Berserked. Completely pointless. Probably. But hey, it's a thing we can do. I'm actually really surprised that we go before that enemy. Or maybe that enemy just has an empty turn at the beginning. I guess that's possible too. 805. Alright, we're gonna try it 18 again, because this takes a bit longer than I would like it to. Especially since there's actually a pretty decent grinding spot very soon after this. Maybe just a little bit more HP would be sufficient. Who knows? The mythical dual-wield axe fighting. Yeah. Not even that good, unfortunately. But then again, I agree, we should just give her axe fighting as soon as we unlock it. Because we might as well. I wonder whether the other side actually gives us more experience. Maybe I should have checked a while ago. Oh well. I kind of like that we use so few potions over here, to be honest. Take care, man. Block. Thank you for the good luck. I will need it. Then again, I mainly need patience, I suppose. I wonder how I'm going to tackle Biblos. In theory, I will want to defeat him as quickly as possible, so we get a death signal. But then again, at some point I will switch back to the Magos anyways, for more consistent damage output. Then again, there might be other places to grind in the entire world. Not sure. Not sure at all. Yeah, so here's the thing. Solkan is dead with 2 hits. If we don't get hit by the launchers first. Then it's 1. Pure DPS raise to get it to 10,000 HP, indeed. Good thing I had some good sleep, otherwise I might be falling asleep right now already. In case you're wondering why I'm not replying so quickly, it's just I'm trying to think of ways to like make this more interesting in the long run. So it's like this idea there, maybe this one over here, maybe that one, and stuff. Time to play another game like grinding. I mean, that's actually probably going to be part of it. I do have a specific layout that will allow me to do such things. But it will mainly be just figuring out stuff. I kind of hope that we will be able to defeat Liquid Flame, at least on the first day. Maybe even Biblos, but that might be a bit of a stretch. We'll see. Yagamov is guest for today, Yagamov. What are good interview questions to ask for Yagamov? Tell me now. I'm going to ask Yagamov what Yagamov is thinking. As usual, Yagamov will have the opportunity to just not reply if he feels like that is the appropriate answer. Are frogs friends or foods? Of course, frogs are friends. Frogs are adorable and cute, and you definitely should try to not put them into harm's way in any capacity. Alrighty, we did reach level 18 a while ago while I spaced out. Might as well go to 19 at this point, right? Are toads friends or fruit? Depending on how they behave. They're nice, then they are friends. They're not nice, well, I would not necessarily consider them to be food. But if you'd like to eat them, why not, I guess. And hey, with that headset, however, yeah, I decided to grind up to level 19, which might be a bit more than necessary. But not really, because we tried a 17 with not that much success. Could have probably worked, but I decided to not go for, well, trying too much for too long anyways. Welcome to Berserker. Indeed. That a macro? What is a macro? Good thing we are farming so much AP right now. Berserker needs it. Yeah, not really. Let's see. Alright. About a third through since we checked last time. I think for the purpose of games, generally speaking, the Japanese is still written from left to right. You might be thinking from top to down, and mangas are from right to left. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that has a lot of it to do, or a lot has to do with that. And greetings to you, baboy. No, we cannot do that. That's not an okay thing to ask. But hello, I hope you have a nice day anyways. Alrighty, how much more? 296, so we're almost there. Almost level 19. Which I don't have to reach again afterwards. Oh dear. Alrighty. Level 19 has been acquired. At level 19 we now will deal more damage. We might be able to take out Megisa in just 3 hits. It might still be a bit random whether we do that or not, but aside from that we actually should have really good odds of defeating those two now. Alrighty, attempt number 1 at level 19. We also have a good chunk more maximum HP, so that definitely helps. Ooh, she lands 198 3 times is not gonna be quite enough. We need a bit more than that, Ferris. There we go. One more hit like that and Magisa's gonna be down. Ah, wrong target, Ferris. You need to take out Megisa first. Ow. You probably also want to block those. Alright, Megisa down. Or not? Wait, does she have 650 HP? It might be 650 rather than 600, so I might be wrong. Either way, we need a bunch of blocks here to win. But it actually, with that damage, it could be still sufficient here. Ouch, well. No tackles anymore, please, or a block. Oh, good blocked, Ferris. Nice. This could do it. Thanks, alrighty. Level 19. Success. We also did acquire the Mithril Hammer just now, because that's the thing you get from this cutscene. And it has 4 more defense, which is actually quite a substantial increase in defense, so that will help us in the upcoming section here. indeed. Alrighty, with this we have a total death count of 12, meaning that we had +3, that is 6 deaths on Magiza and Forza. So those are pretty tame numbers overall. Random reminder that Summoner by this point had a total of 66 deaths. Because Carbos took 59. It'll take a while until we surpass that number. Alrighty, so our Berserker has managed to get past the very early stages of the game and now can acquire her very first actual Berserker weapon. That is going to be the axe. So normally I'm actually not a big fan of axes at all, like they are just not particularly good. But this is actually kind of an exception here compared to the other weapons that we currently have access to. Also here we get an iron shield, we get an iron helmet, which actually we don't need. We get an iron armor, and we don't need anything else for that matter. We'll just keep everything, it's fine. So, basically iron shield and iron armor increase our defense up to 15 now. And this is actually quite an interesting number here with 15, because there will actually be not a whole lot of enemies that will be able to even penetrate our defenses. So this is an axe. Basically right now the best dagger we can get is still just a straight up dagger, and the axe does have a fair bit more attack power. Now, as usual, the problem with daggers is that they just miss. But because it has so much more attack power and the miss chance is actually not that bad, we can still work with it pretty well. Actually an exception. Wow. Alright. Also over here we get the glasses. The glasses are defense-wise the exact same as the leather shoes that we already have. However, they also prevent darkness or blindness, which is actually really nice. So I will want to use those, honestly. Okay, next up. We get into the castle, we learn about a few things, and then we go to the water tower. Okie dokie. Here's not working intensifies? What? What are you doing with the rabbit? Alrighty. climbing this tower here is kind of straightforward. There is a silk rope, which we don't need or cannot equip anyways. There's a silver ring, same deal, we cannot really equip it anyways, so there's not much of a point of getting it. And I believe there's an ether. Oh, slow. Huh. I don't think actually slow makes much of a difference for the solar berserker, oddly enough. Oh, the meteor falling sound is loud. It is. It very much is. But yeah, as you can see, axe not bad. Considering that these enemies do have some defense. But then again, daggers would probably work just as fine and never miss, which may be the bigger concern. It's actually kind of hard to tell. They do have a pretty ridiculous variance on how much damage they can deal, and especially for enemies that are a bit higher up on the tower, this is actually somewhat relevant. I didn't buy potions. I need to go outside and buy potions. First proceeds to miss, yep. Was the perfect example of axe. But then again, this axe here is not too bad with the miss chance. It's the ones that come later, where technically speaking, over 1,000 hits, you might average more damage than other weapons. But most enemies don't take 1,000 hits from any weapon to defeat them. So, yeah. Basically just missing once means you would have been better off using a dagger usually. And this is the reason why we got an axe. These guys have a decent amount of defense and health, and their attack is Breath Wing, 25% of our maximum health in damage. So that is actually kind of dangerous. Thankfully they only do this when they are alone. So if we get into an encounter with two of them, not both of them are going to use Breath Wing. Also, we will want to pick up this thing here. This is a Maiden's Kiss. Maiden's Kiss removes the frog status. Not normally much of a concern, because it just run away from all encounters here, but well, we cannot really do that. Just walking by the king without care. I mean, we have a job to fulfill here. So naturally. Also, they do have a guaranteed drop with potions, those wyverns. Or, as the PlayStation version would say, why burns? And no, you did not misunderstand that. Alrighty, so the reason why Galura is actually not nearly as much of a problem as you might think it is because Galura actually has a really high attack multiplier, but very low base attack power. Meaning we right now have a total of 15 defense, and I believe Galura has just about 15 attack power. Unless I'm missing something, we should take 0 damage from Galura here. Because that's just how it works. Or sometimes you will deal a little bit of damage, but the most dangerous part is Galura actually counter-attacking with the HP leak. So we just kind of hope that doesn't happen too often. So Galura has 1200 HP. Once he drops below 800, he will start counter-attacking. And twice. And this was a rush. However, he missed the rush, or well, it was blocked by the shield, so this is not exactly much of a concern right now. Plus, one more attack should do it, so Galura is going to be done. And with these, we should finally have unlocked Berserker for real, and we switch over to console soon, after this cutscene. Alrighty. Sorry, I was slightly distracted. And here we get all the things I cannot exactly read. I think this is Berserker. I cannot read that one. I can't read that one either. But we just acquired Berserker, basically for real, you could say. And we will want to briefly level up Ferris to the next highest level on console. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually just going to move on to the next city with this solo Berserker right here. And then switch over to console. So you know that I can make it to the next city once a solo Berserker. Are we No, actually, I prepared a save file, Lucius, in order to be able to switch to console once we come here. So basically, it's a solo Ferris at level 15, if I'm not mistaken, who defeated everything. Even though I could have totally used the other characters as freelancers in boss battles too, to make it quicker and easier. I forgot about that part. Bye, Sildra. Alrighty, with Sildra gone, we're going to make our first steps over into the new world. And then the way I'm going to catch up the console to the level that we have here. Actually, you know, as long as I've reached the next city, it probably doesn't exactly matter what level we have when we start grinding. We can just start that as a Berserker too. But I'm just gonna run over there as a freelancer so I can run away from combat. Well, maybe I shouldn't even do that. I can just switch now. You know what? This is okay. Only now is Berserker official. Indeed. As mentioned before, I figured if I just do solo Berserker, I might as well go all the way and just do it on console. This is also why we are playing the Japanese version of this game, rather than the fan-translated English one, since, well, I'm just doing this on a regular old cartridge. And that's going to be what I will switch to just after I save right here. I think I saved before going in here, but that's kind of secondary. Oh, too early. Alrighty, so give me a moment to switch over. This might take a second here. 12 deaths so far, pretty decent, pretty much what I expected. And goodbye emulator, I need to move my stuff now onto the monitor on the right, so I can see some things. So now this should show up. There it is. Need to switch controller. This one should work. You probably have double sound. I just disabled that. Alright, how loud is the console for everybody? Is it okay, or should I tone it down a bit? Kind of hard to gauge for me in this case. Fine for you? Alrighty. I think I set it up for this. Let's see. Oh, right. There we go. Now it's set up. Okay. We are now on console. By the way, just to give you an idea, this is an original Japanese cartridge that I bought somewhere on eBay, and the previous owner of this cartridge had this save file here, which is actually quite interesting. Basically, it started right here in the pyramid, which I found to be kind of curious. The levels are 72, 71, 71, 72, so they are pretty high for the SNES game. All of the jobs are pretty much maxed out, which is kind of ridiculous in my opinion, and they have a bunch of things. And the thing I noticed here, they had a bunch of consumable items that you basically only get exclusively in here, more or less. I feel like they wanted to try and max out their inventory, maybe? It's really hard to tell. Either way, whoever had this cartridge before me, really liked this. Also, if you'd like to translate Butts' name up there, well, be my guest. Something we do, but that's about all I can tell. Either way, let's go to the actual Berserker file. Narsus, I see. So this is level 15 Ferris. Just after the thing. Let's see real quick. Oh, yeah, for some reason I used the dagger on this one. Let me go and buy an axe real quick, just so we are in the same status. Someone very patient on this card. Actually, no, not necessarily, but kind of anyways, yes. So the interesting thing you want to notice about... Why am I in the back row? Huh. Oh yeah, because I actually... That was a freelancer on that just now. Either way, the reason why the file is in the pyramid is because in the pyramid you can basically just auto walk and hold down the A button in order to grind on enemies indefinitely, as long as you have like stuff to kill the enemies before they can do anything. You will never take any damage, or you can put on a regeneration ring or guard ring in order to just heal up as much as you take damage while you hold down the A button to win all battles. So the pyramid allows you to just leave your console on, hold the direction, hold down the A button, and you're going to be able to go all the way. So I assume that's how they grinded. They probably just got bored grinding up levels and decided to not do that for the end. But let me tell you, I'm not a completionist enough to grind up all the chops to the max level. I do not feel like that's particularly interesting. Then again, I guess I was doing a solo Berserker. So, who knows? So yeah, we are kinda missing 4 levels, but at the same time, this is going to be so much easier with Ferris here than anything else. To level up to 19 along the way. So specifically what you will want to note is here we're going to run into turtles, which have a fair bit of defense, which is why I bought the axe. So we can actually deal decent damage. The unfortunate part is we are in the back row, so this will still take a while. Top levels probably takes way less time than 99 thanks to movers. Yeah. If you want to manually grind, yes. But it's just way easier to set them up, run up against the slope infinitely and just hold down the E button. So you just do a setup, change jobs every like 2 hours or so, and you will get that done relatively quickly. Oh dear. Back attacks are horrible. Oh my goodness. You wonder how much we have to grind for Biblos? I actually wonder too, because I don't really know. Probably going to be quite a bunch, but because I plan on grinding for Sandworm right there anyways, we'll see. Nice mountains in the back, I agree. Look like in a painting. Did you know, Ferris, if you attack the enemy that is in the front row, you will deal double the damage. Also, did you know, Ferris, if you move to the front row, you will also deal double the damage. I would like to point out how more responsive it feels to play an actual console rather than emulator. Holy moly, that's such a difference. Also against the wolves I probably should have picked the daggers. But then again, the dagger probably doesn't deal enough damage on average. A happy little lake. Well, if that guy now uses revenge attack, he will take 75 damage. I probably should switch to the dagger just to not miss. Honestly, the walk over to Karnak is actually kinda spooky here. Alright, one less wolf, but I'm really worried about the top right wolf because he can deal 75 damage if he does the revenge attack. So the wolves have a special type of attack that is actually blue magic that deals damage equivalent to however much HP they are missing. So that wolf in the top is missing 75 HP and he will deal 75 damage because of it. The other guy deals 0 because he hasn't, well, lost any HP yet. So that's a bite attack. Still does quite a bit of damage. Alrighty. I'm actually not sure where we want to be in the woods, where there's always going to be guaranteed the wolf encounter, or whether we want to be on the plains. In this case, I'm just going to switch to the dagger as we walk into the woods, I guess. And switch back to the axe as we walk over the plains. I mean, I could just open and close the menu in order to guarantee no encounters, but that's kinda lame. I did not even do that intentionally, in case you're wondering. Alrighty, so here, we're going to buy a mithril dagger. So this is me... And there's a ruin there, so Mithrilus or something like that. And we actually do get the mithril dagger for that amount of money that is advertised. But then again, money is not gonna be as much of a problem if we just grind a ridiculous amount. Oh dear. The planes you have to deal with Avis, yeah. At least Avis actually give really good, like, base experience. Even though they do have a lot of HP. By the way, I love how they just kind of leave us in the jail cell just to walk outside on our own right here. It's kind of curious. Alrighty, now we will want to go back into the city. To go and... First things first, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to buy the sleep spell. Just so I'm not going to forget. Because we will want to use that in order to get past Antlion if we eventually get there. Actually, when we eventually get there, because getting to Antlion on past him is not gonna be a big problem once we are finally past Soul Cannon. But Soul Cannon is going to take a while. Alrighty, of course, we also want to get our full set of equipment here. So we have a Mithril Dagger already for Ferris. We will eventually buy Mithril Daggers for the other guys too, just so they can one-shot themselves. We get a Mithril Shield for Ferris. We already have a Mithril Helmet and a Mithril Armor. And probably Mithril Gauntlets as well, just so we have as much defense as we can possibly have. And that's gonna be effectively our loadout for Ferris here anyways. As mentioned before, I will want to buy the sleep spell. Another thing is I don't really know which one that's going to be. So let's see. That's white magic. Black magic here. Probably one of these here. Maybe this, maybe that. Could be this, could be that. Actually, those are lightning, ice, and fire. Then... Oh... I have no idea. I probably already got the sleep spell now. That's okay. Either way, this is where we're going to start grinding. The question is whether it's gonna be initially 300. Alright, thank you, make a big pike. The question is whether it's going to be initially better to grind on the plains or in the woods. So in the woods, our advantage is that we effectively don't take any damage anymore. Because we have just upgraded our equipment to have way more defense than the wolves can deal damage. Or the plains, where we actually get more experience. We'll see. The wolves gives you so much skill. They do. It is a really nice money grind spot. And yeah, honestly, by the time we can buy the Angel Ring, we probably can afford like 5. That's my guess anyways, because we have to get past Biblos somehow. Let's see how the planes are going to go for us. Keep in mind we are actually 4 levels less than the emulator was earlier, just because I did not know what level to grind to, and I didn't want to overdo it. So 15 it was. Alright, this is not good. We already have the aging status effect on us. It means Fairy is going to lose strength, agility, magic power. So gradually deal less and less and less damage. Now the defense is good. And the base attack power of the dagger is nice, but this is not gonna keep us up for too long. And Ferris attacking the Avis instead of the plants is actually not terrible right now, because we are anyways already. And the Avis is not in the back row, so this is quite okay. So we will probably win this, but it's gonna be kind of really slow. Oh dear. Alright. So here's my thought. If we're going to grind in the plains, we probably want to go to the east side. Oh dear. Just so we encounter less eagles. Too bad we can't buy an angel ring to be immune to the aging status effect. Holy moly. I mean, honestly, it's a good thing fairies attack mainly the zoo, because I think if that thing is alone, it can also use Breath Wing, which would have actually killed us relatively quickly. So that was worth 348 gold and 600 experience. We could have probably finished like 3 wolf battles in the meantime, or 4. We are level 16 now. Did I buy potions? I did not. I'm just gonna run here for a while. Go and buy potions and then go to the east side. I hope you like the battle music. I hope you like this area, because we're gonna be here for a while. Let's see, I should probably start documenting all the possible encounters and how much experience they give, huh? Because that's gonna be rather relevant in order for us to figure out... Oh dear. Everyone to grind. Then again, we can't kind of do that when we get into the really big grind. I mean, Eagles don't deal any damage, it's just when we get the aging status effect, eventually we'll just deal very, very pitiful damage. And right now we're not high enough level to one-shot them with the dagger. At level 19 we actually would be high enough level to one-shot them with a dagger, even in the back row. So... yeah. Oh dear. And hey, Leon, do I love pain? No. Not really. I'm more of a fan of the relief when you are done and you win. Which is why I like to play stupidly difficult platformers, really. It's the main reason. But also, I did promise this when we were doing the... When we were doing the Yakashurathon, one of the stretch goals was me promising to get to the final boss as a solo Berserker in Final Fantasy 5. Two of the other things are still outstanding for me, so I'll eventually get around to them, but... I kind of try to... what's the word? Be motivated for them too. And for some reason I just felt like, you know what, let's just berserk into the new year. Might as well. Jagamonth Lin once. Next Yaga Monthly, or this Yaga Monthly I suppose, is going to be just a bit longer of a solo Berserker challenge. My initial goal is to go on for about 12 hours on that Monday. Monday? Saturday. Next Saturday. This Saturday? Sure. The Saturday that is coming up. But I'm not sure how long I will be able to do this. We'll see. Always safe, because stuff can go wrong, even if we don't necessarily need to heal. At least initially. Once we are high enough level, it might be really slow, but at least we're not gonna lose anymore once we reach certain thresholds. Why would you do this? I promised I would. And it's one of the solo cactus challenge runs. We're not gonna necessarily be Neo XF, we're just going to get to there, in case you're wondering about that part. Welcome to you, Dalek. By the way, is that pronounced correctly? Feel free to correct me. I hope you're having a nice day so far. I didn't buy potions, did I? Oh well, it's okay. So over here, we're actually in a different encounter zone compared to further to the west, which is actually kind of what I hoped to avoid this particular encounter in. Because I knew there would be other ones, but I didn't realize there was still this encounter with one eagle and the other things. Well, that's less than ideal. I'm just gonna go back to the west. I haven't memorized where the encounter are what. I just know on the east side here you get more turtle shells. That's all I know. Thanks to our chemist. Good block. That's not a good attack to get hit by. Yes it is, that's nice. The combination of two of your favorite names, Likey from Lunar Silver Star Story and Dialak. If you have to tell you where that is from. I see. I like it actually. That's pretty awesome, honestly. I would thought Dialak was a bit of a weird name. But then again, the German version was just equally weird in my opinion. Like, whenever I hear Dialog, or read Dialog more specifically, I think of duck. With an island there. It's weird. So of course we can't really do anything about back attacks. Optimally, what I should do is I should save after each encounter, and in case I get a back attack, I should just reset. But I don't know if I have that much energy. Well, right now I do. Or I would have anyways, but if I start that, I will have to continue carrying it on. The Isle of Duck. Pretty much. So it resonated with me. Yeah, I like it. Isle of Duck? Do you say Isle for that word as well? Actually, let's start planning ahead, I would say. What level do I want to have against Liquid Flame? So one of the biggest problems that we're going to be facing is Liquid Flame, is our next boss encounter. Liquid Flame has an attack that deals 25% of our maximum health and damage. On top of some other chip damage, we can only expect to survive a maximum of 3 of them, really. So there's always going to be one guaranteed attack of that as soon as we hit Liquid Flame once, because it's a counterattack. So we kind of need to deal enough damage that we can defeat Liquid Flame in like 6 hits. 6 hits is probably quite a stretch, to say the least, but it can heal itself. On top of that, we can also get lucky that it's not going to transform into the form that does that. But we may want to have enough maximum HP that a Fire 2 spellcast is not going to deal as much damage as 25% of our health. So maybe I should just kind of go by maximum health rather than anything else in order to see where we need to be for Liquid Flame. So a Fire 2 spellcast does about 300 damage, probably a bit more because it's a Berserker. And I will want to have at least 4 times that much HP. So let's see, about 1300 HP would be the initial idea. 1300 we'll reach at level 30. 30 might be a bit far, but then again, this might actually be what we have to do. Let's see, around 30, what is a good multiplier? 32, we have a multiplier of 14. Let's see. Liquid Flame, I believe, has 0 defense. And our Mithril Dagger, which is what we may use, we might actually use a Mithril Hammer for just the lucky thing instead. Hey Ghost Eye, welcome. Yes, we are playing on console with an original cartridge, so it's the Japanese version. Hope you're doing well. And welcome to you, Snake Pata. I hope you have a nice day. Thank you. I like you too. So Isle is pronounced like Isle, because English is dumb, you say? Don't worry, pretty much every language has these kinds of things. Some more than others. But let me put it this way. After learning both French and English for a while, my impression is that French is significantly more difficult because it seems like even the exceptions have exceptions. But then again, I might be biased because it's way easier for me to learn a language I'm actually using than one that I don't usually use. You assume this is take advantage of something special in this version? Well, I mean, it's the version that I've been mostly playing the solo character challenges on. Like, the English fan translation doesn't do anything different mechanically. It's the exact same game. It's literally just, if I go for a solo Berserker challenge, I might as well go all the way and just do it on an original cartridge, was the idea. But I'm not using the Game Boy Advance version because you cannot do the magic underflow, in case you're wondering about that. Do I still speak French? Very little. Like, I do have a basic idea of it, but not a whole lot, to say the least. Took 1 year of French. So the way in Switzerland, there where I went to school work, is we had French from 5th grade all the way to 9th grade, whereas we had English from 7th to 9th as well. You could have switched out English, or actually you could have switched out English for Italian if you wanted to, but English was more useful, so didn't think so. Then I had another 1 year in an additional school year that I took. I had another 2 years afterwards trying to go into higher schools where I had more French. And then I had another 2 years of French in IT school. So I did have quite a bit of French, but nothing really ever stuck much. Talk French to Ben. Well, I can say hello, that's about it. Not entirely true. Whenever oh, nice an elixir. Whenever I understand the context, what is being talked about, I understand a surprising amount. But a surprising amount doesn't mean that I understand much at all. A surprising amount means it's more than 0. English does that too, exceptions for exceptions. At least you find that your tongue can handle English and Japanese and other German better than French. Interesting. Some languages require a whole new set of muscles. Yes. As indicated by me not being able to distinguish between Z and Z. Which is why I say Z instead. Way easier. You've listened to too many streams and watched too much BBC. That makes more sense to you now. Okay. Like, for me it's the same concept where I say soccer because everybody knows what I'm talking about. And I can say American football because everybody knows what I'm talking about. I don't care whether people are bothered by what I'm saying in that sense, as long as they know what I'm saying. No, it's possible technically. So the final boss with a solo berserker is a very, very, very low chance of succeeding in the end. It's technically possible, but chances are I will not be able to succeed in the end. Chances are pretty high, but I promised that I would go all the way to the final boss and give it a few goes. But not necessarily much beyond that. Too many letters and almost sound exactly the same. Yeah. I guess L and R are kind of weird too. Big oof. Very big oof. Like, this is also a big oof right there. You fondly remember how, as teams, we would over whether it's Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Z. I mean, you know it's Dragon Balls. One way or another. Kind of like the same concept with... Is it Aerith or Aerith? I don't know. You know who I'm talking about though, right? So that's okay. She sure seems to get attacked from behind a lot. Well, that's kind of the nature of a Berserker. If you just dash blindly forward into all the enemies, you are prone to get attacked from behind. Gameplay-wise, it's actually still the 1 in 16 chance to get back attacked. It's just that you notice back attack significantly more, because that's just when it's like, no, another back attack. But the preemptive strikes, which is 2 out of 16, and all the other attacks are just kind of normal and expected. Just remember, Bionic Commando Spencer is a DBZ character. I don't really know who that is. It definitely feels like there's a lot of back attacks, but I'm sure over the course of the grind this will just kind of even out. But what you also could say is you do spend actually a disproportionate amount of time in back attacks, because you spend more time in back attacks because while you go slower, we also defeat the enemy significantly slower because we only deal half the damage from the back. So, of course, it's gonna be a slower combat. So it's actually more than 1/16th of the combat time if you were to look at it that way. In fact, it's probably about 2/16ths or even 3/16ths of the combat time will be spent in back attacks. But hey, we are back to level 19, which means Ferris actually deals the appropriate amount of damage again. Unfortunately, we haven't quite reached a place where we can equip Berserker on our Berserker, because we haven't quite gotten that many ability points since, but we are basically where we left off on the emulator. So hey, progress. Let's see. Either way, I was actually looking up for Liquid Flame. So for Liquid Flame has 3000 HP. Our dagger... Oh, that's right. That's why I didn't continue here, because I wanted to look up how much attack power we have with the dagger. I forgot. It would be really nice to defeat Liquid Flame sooner rather than later, because then we get an Elf Cape, which actually isn't that big of a deal, because we just don't take much damage in the first place. Or especially the Magos. So let's see, this is... how much attack power? Let me unequip this real quick. Ah, there it is, the number. 23 attack power. So with 23 attack power... it's actually not that much. I thought that was more. Alright. Metal Dagger with 23 attack power against an enemy that has 0 defense and 3000 HP. If we reach level 22, we will defeat Liquid Flame on average in level 11.13 attacks, which isn't particularly good odds, to say the least. We probably need to be higher than 22. The next best goal is going to be 27 for 9.5 attacks. Then afterwards we would be at 32, which would result in about 9 attacks. That's with the dagger. We could gamble a bit with the Mithril Hammer instead, which has a higher variance, but it can deal more damage. This does seem to like it will require a heavy amount of luck to win. Oh, absolutely. That's the entire name of the game right here. Spot on. Which is why you shouldn't do this on console. You should do it on an emulator with proper speed up tools. Just so you're way faster. Alright. So, order of operation. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to go in here and buy 3 more mithril daggers for my allies to hit themselves with. Actually, I'm just gonna buy mithril swords. I might as well. That way, we're not gonna get confused as to which dagger is which. Then again, I can read me just fine. Then a mithril axe or hammer, I suppose, for Ferris. Further, I will want to have a plumed hat, it's called in the Fran translation, which actually gives us a decent amount of magic evasion and defense, which is going to be more important than physical evasion and defense. So... does the hammer variants make the higher average DPS, or does the dagger do better? Good question. Let me see. I do believe because the hammer also has higher attack power, which is 28. Yeah, actually, without even looking it up, I'm reasonably certain that the hammer does in fact deal more damage on average. But because it misses like 20% of the time, that average is just like null and void if you miss once. But then again, because Liquid Flames, one of the biggest dangers is the back attacks of it, we may want to use the hammer anyways, just because if we hit, we want it to count. The problem is that with a hammer you can deal 50% damage or 150% damage, like it has a really wide variance if you hit. So it can be really good. Let's actually see, I do have the act calculation in there too, with 28 attack power. Alrighty, so at level 32... So, on average, we would actually need only 7.65 attacks with the axe at level 32. Which is a fair bit better than the daggers, which was... how much at 32? 8.75, so an entire attack less. Plus, you can just get lucky and get like more high damage rolls than low damage rolls. So on average, it might pay off quite a bit to use the hammer instead. For consistency, the dagger is always better, but we need to rely on luck regardless, so I think the hammer is going to be the way to go. You always liked hammers in Final Fantasy games just to get some unpredictability into the combat. Ah, see, that's where I'm different, I guess. I just like the consistency. And we're aged. Adding the mischance is just painful, yeah. But then again, what does the mischance matter if the counterattacks are the biggest problem? Not as much, but I guess the other side of the coin is that the mischance is not the only problem in the Liquid Flame fight, because Liquid Flame in humanoid form can use its 25% attack, just like that if it feels like it. And the tornado is going to heal up if we don't hit it quickly, which I guess we won't anyways. Oh, you didn't mean as much for Liquid Flame specifically, you just meant looking at hammers / axes for the whole. Oh yeah, I do agree. Honestly, I feel like the drawback of hammers and axes is too severe to use them all in the grand scheme of things in a more mixed party and a more balanced party. I like the idea and concept, but just having such a huge chance to miss is just too detrimental. Blaze it's called in this, yes. And yes, we will have to use a thorn nut. Atmos is not gonna be as big of a problem, surprisingly enough, because Soul Cannon is the biggest problem. We will be level 90 at least, by the time we get past Soul Cannon. Will you take advantage of the magic underflow bug plus Gaia Hammer? We absolutely will, because I don't think there's much of another way to defeat the final boss. Like, we only have a glimpse of a hope anyways. Then might as well just try for it, right? Yes, we will have to get both Gaia Hammer and the Thorn Nut, which we can get both in the Pyramid. So, until the Pyramid in World 3, we don't really get that. Alright. It's been a bit more than 4 hours. I'm actually going to take a short break, get up, stretch, and walk around for a second, as well as... I think there's some cake left, so be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. In hindsight, it's kind of silly of me not to just initiate another combat while I'm going upstairs. Alrighty, hello everybody. No more cake? No, I like cake. Actually, I haven't had that much. Then again, I try to not eat quite as much recently. Alrighty. Cake and food bugs. Oh. Rip cake. Alrighty. I'll mute myself for a moment. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll still answer, eventually. Be right back. Mushrooms and olives in a taco? Yeah, you know, that food box entry came from a time when I made all of them, rather than people suggesting them. And, well, when I actually had no idea what a taco was. And yeah, you can check by exclamation mark frogs in order to check how many are in the food box. And hello, welcome to you, PJ. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, it's actually quite nice. People are very friendly, and it's just, well, a very relaxed grind, because that's kind of how you have to approach this. Because this is going to go on for a good while longer, to say the least. I kind of hope that we beat Liquid Flame today, but I feel like we want to reach level 32 for that. Which might be a bit of a stretch, but we'll see. Berserker is super cozy? Yeah, it is. Right now I'm actually just eating some cake as well as some leftovers, so that's why I'm not talking as much, but hey, I hope you have a pleasant day so far. Welcome to you. So considering we haven't seen a breath wing yet from the zoo, I guess that's only an ability they use when you catch and release them as a Beastmaster. So I guess I was wrong on that end. Which is good, because otherwise this might actually be really dangerous. Well, this could be really slow. I mean, I meant this fight in particular because we got aged right off the bat and will be basically doing no damage. What is the reason for playing untranslated? Quite simply because I'm playing this on the original Final Fantasy V cartridge, and those are, well, in Japanese, unless you get a reproduction cartridge for the fan translation. So, just so I played on a regular cartridge, because I figured if I go solo Berserker, might as well go all the way and just do it on, well, the original hardware. Well, that was a lot more damage than I hoped they would take, but oh well. Eventually we'll have so much HP that the zoos almost have no chance of defeating us. I guess they already do have almost no chance of killing us, but as you can clearly see, the chance is still there. Just like one more attack from the zoo that was a critical would have probably done the trick. How are you able to run the console? Isn't it on NTSC standards and US/JP power plugs? Yes. The way I run... I just saved. I just saved. I don't want to do a third one of these in a row. Thank you very much. The way I do this is I basically have a voltage converter, and in that I have the console plugged in. Quite simple. And the video capture I'm doing is via an OSSC, an open source scanline converter. And that thing works really, really well, I would say. Also, I have the slight suspicion that this encounter zone might not be the best, but then again, that might have just been variance that we got kind of unlucky. Actually, I know there was some place where we could look up on encounter zones. So, Final Fantasy 5 Overworld Encounter Zones. Caves of Nashi had that one. But I believe they only have them, unfortunately, in World 3. Which is not terribly useful. Although that one in World 3 is amazing. Let's see, if I look over to Karnak. Well, the encounter zone would probably be still different. I have an idea. Hey Klooch, welcome. How are you doing? Let's just go and explore for a bit. Well, eventually anyways. Hey, nice and preemptive. Also, I think Fair is leveled up because she now does almost 400 damage in a single swing, which should actually kill a Angel in one swing, even if it is in the back row, which is actually a nice upgrade from what we had before. Let's see real quick. Level 22, yep. Level 22, actually she gets 2 additional attack multipliers. I was actually thinking earlier, well, we are just doing about 150 damage. She needs at least 2 more attack multipliers to go and be able to defeat the Eagles in the back row. And turns out, from level 21 to level 22 she gets 2. And then the next instance is going to be at level 24 we get 1 more. 27 we get 1 more, at 29 we lose 1, and 30 we regain it. Kinda. Either way, my goal is actually going just north, because there might be a different encounter zone that we can access here. If not, then at least I have something to do while I'm just walking left and right, or in this case, going on a journey. Then again, I guess at this point the wolf encounters are not that good anymore if we are just looking for purely experience. Although I guess they are a bit faster than getting aged at the very beginning. Let's see. Up here should be a different encounter zone, I think. Just a single zoo, so if it's different, it's not much different, I suppose. Or maybe I'm not high up enough. Kind of hard to gauge. I don't even know whether this is the same grid that it has for... for World 3. Let's see. What is the reasoning for multipliers to slide backwards? Bugs with the dagger calculation, if I remember correctly. Yes, pretty much. So the daggers are supposed to gain additional attack multiplier through agility. However, what happens instead is the way the game checks for whether you gain multipliers by agility from the dagger is a bit bugged. And the short version is you either get +1 or you don't get +1, based on your agility and level. And, well, that's kind of the short version. You either get it or you don't get it, and you can effectively get it and then you lose it to next level, etc. So basically, dagger can be adding a small bonus to your attack power, or you can lose that bonus. Yes, pretty much like that, Grim. Rump. Sultano, thank you. 100010 binary months in a row. That's a lot of months. Sultano, thank you so much for continuing to support for quite a long time. Welcome back. And well, glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. By the way, on the other end of the spectrum, daggers would be really crazy overpowered, like even more than they already are, if they actually gained the full agility bonus attack power. Which, by the way, that agility bonus attack power does work on specifically the chicken knife as well as the man-eater dagger, which is why both of these daggers are actually really crazy good. Or, well, part of the reason anyways. Oh dear, this encounter could take a while. Google search is actually kind of messed up recently, in the sense that it just doesn't exactly show me the results I'm looking for. Like, I'm specifically looking for overmap world encounter zones, and it gives me all kinds of things related to all these words. So it's like pretty awkward. I specifically want Final Fantasy 5, I specifically want overworld encounter zones, so please don't show me anything in between. And it still does. Oh well. You're going for tacos right now. Well then, I hope you enjoy them. And hey Flare Star, welcome, good evening. Indeed, the Berserker challenge. Could take a while. It will take a while. This is what we're going to do for the next 2 weeks probably. We're also going to do other stuff on the side, because... let me see whether I actually have the proper layout right here. Because what I will want to do sometime is do something like this here. Where we go, okay, let's do like a puzzle game on the side, or hey chat, ask me anything, or something like that. I haven't exactly figured out. But also will be a part of it is going to be like figuring out what we need to do in order to I'm going to go away from here, this is not a good encounter area. What I will also be doing is I will be trying to figure out whether we can RNG manipulate for Final Fantasy 5. I'm not quite set up for that, so I'm not gonna do that today, in case anybody's curious. Today we're just gonna be grinding. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, even if it's not necessarily related to the game. anything to keep the conversation going is probably quite fine. Did you say you want to hear about Pizza Hut's new pizza zone? What? What? No. I see. Why the Japanese version? Because I'm playing on an original cartridge, and those, well, only come in Japanese. You can see encounters in world map if you use a tool, either from my editor or Squall's Final Fantasy VIII viewer. Oh, that's right, you actually linked me to a really nice tool page. I honestly forgot about that until you just mentioned it. I definitely need to check that out again. That's right. Yeah, I will want to set that up all for checking out things. That's right. Thank you, Samurai Goro, for the reminder. Squall's Final Fantasy VIII's viewer. That's curious. The name. Oh, Squall Final Fantasy VIII is the name. Curious. Alright, thank you. Appreciate that. I waited too long with the Google stuff, and yeah, I'm kind of overlooking the joke now. No, it eventually clicked with me. But yeah, I'm slow. You could totally play Waveform in the meantime, since you happen to have a spare key for that game. Don't you need sound for that? I'm not sure I want to play any other sound aside from this one. Well, I mean, I could hear the sound, but you couldn't, unless I activate it. It's technically possible, Flare Star, but very, very unlikely. The only thing I guarantee is getting to the final boss, but we might not actually beat it, depending on how likely it is to be able to manipulate RNG. Thank you for the good luck, I will definitely need it. I already used up a bunch of good luck. Alright, we are back here. We could also check out how much experience we get inside the pirate ship? Steamship. Let me actually make a new spreadsheet here. Just so I can keep track of encounter and experience. Because I might as well start with that, I suppose. Let's see, we have a zoo here. Zoo's dying 2 hits. So single zoo encounter is actually probably one of the best encounters we can get, just because of how fast and unreliable it is. Oh, let's see, a zoo. The zoo gets 360 experience. So let's see. Encounters, chance. Actually, I should turn this around. Encounters. So we have just a zoo. We have a zoo plus 2 eagle. We have a zoo, eagle, and turtle. I actually don't know whether that's here too. Gonna make something. And hey, kiss the ring, because I'm playing it on an original cartridge rather than on emulator or a remake. And yeah, we completed 15 Zola Cactus challenges already. That is quite a bit. 3 eagles is also a thing. And I don't know what the last encounter would be here. Either way, let's look for a zoo. There's 360 experience. I really only care about experience. 360. Zoo plus 2 eagle. I would need to know how much an eagle is worth. Eagle is worth 180 HP and is worth 120 experience. Actually, quite a bit for usually being a one-shot. So that's 120, that's actually almost exactly 600, isn't it? What is encountered right here? So that should be 360 for 3 Eagle encounters. Let's see real quick. Yeah. Wait, what? 360? Wait, that cannot be right. Why does Ingo Zoo 360 in the algorithms guide? That seems wrong. It's 360 for the entire encounter there. With Zoo plus 2 Eagles. That's weird. Have you been driven mad by this yet? No. Not yet. Soon, yeah. Oh well, let's actually just see what the encounter chances are. So 3 Eagle, single Zoo, Zoo plus 2 Eagles, and or 2 Grass Turtles. I do believe we are in encounter group 11. Yeah, encounter group 11 sounds about right here. So 9 into 5 to 6, 9 or 90. 90, 90, 60 and 16. Oh. 3 Eagle. The single Zoo to 16? No, actually the single Zoo is one of the higher encounter chances here. According to the thing though. Maybe? We haven't been begun. Ask around hour 90 when we get to World 2. That sounds about right. Yeah, that's actually probably surprisingly accurate. 90 hours for World 2. Also, I should have checked how much. No, actually, I knew that. Okay, 2 Grass Turtles. I'm pretty sure that's the rare encounter. 2 Grass Turtles. Wait, no. So, 2 Grass Turtles are 460 experience. That's a lot. Wow. That's actually quite a lot here. Maybe it is better to go for the Grass Turtles on the right side. Okay, Zingo Zoo, let's check the experience here too. Not quite reliably 2-shot yet. Yeah, they have 850 HP. Honestly, Grim, we are just going to figure it out all as we go. So when I did it with Emulate Speed Up, I just ran around Karnak, just because those enemies dealt the least amount of damage, so I had to take the least breaks and refresh healings. But the desert could be an idea, but it would probably involve a lot of menuing because you can get poisoned there. The steamship is probably out because it's not worth enough compared to how much, well, healing you require. So let's get a bunch of status recovery items. Antidotes. I have no idea. I just know 150 is softs. That's probably tense. And yeah, mini dragons might not be worthwhile. I definitely was strongly favoring the Dorm Chimeras, honestly. The biggest problem is just it's relatively high maintenance since you need to heal reasonably often and refresh, but it's actually what I am currently favoring in trying first. But then again, we might want to try multiple things. Yeah. I mean, there's also various other types of encounter zones, like the bombs are also a consideration, the bombs and biosoldiers. The biggest problem is that the biosoldiers deal a ton of damage, so do the bombs if you give them enough time. But they would actually be surprisingly good experience, I think. I didn't check for the Zolo Zoo, did I? I didn't. Yeah, bombs are a consideration. But I was also thinking, maybe I can make... Wait, prototype is not even worth that much, is it? Hang on. How much experience is prototype worth? Let's see. Prototype is 2000 experience. Could work, technically. It's actually a lot of HP though, so maybe not. I don't think it's susceptible to instant death. Nope, it's not. But yeah, once we can reliably two-shop Chimeras with Mangosh, I think it would be pretty good. Potentially even earlier if we decide to go there with Guardian Dagger. So let's check the experience here again. Maybe I saw the money and thought it was the amount of experience I gained from this encounter. Yeah, most solar cactus, it also depends on what type it is. If you have the spellcaster, you can just easily grind up on black flames, or if you have some form of area effect. But if you don't, well, your options are limited, and often it's actually best to do that inside the Lonka Ruins, ironically enough, against Hydras. Hydras, that's money. 600 experience, so I did write it down wrong. Alright, that's way better than... Oh, and the a gratis elixir, a free elixir on top of it. Okay, so just the Hegel encounter would be 360, so the thing is correct. It's just for some reason I didn't read it right. And yes, Liquid Flame is going to be very, very interesting. He's the reason why I decided to go up to level 32. Yes, Mr. Greedy. Gratis is German for it's free, as in it doesn't cost you anything. Which often ignores opportunity cost, but that's kind of besides the point. Oh dear, we might not reach level 32 today. It is certainly German. I don't know whether it might be Latin as well. I'm technically German, I suppose. It's more Swiss. Yeah, I mean, I guess it might be from the Latin originally, so it might have just spread from there. Also English words, it probably has long historical roots, I suppose. Also, I'm going to be curious how good desert encounters are, but my guess is that they're not particularly good, since the bears deal a ton of damage and have about as much HP as a Dorm Chimera. Plus, I think more defense. Either way, I may want to avoid these guys just because they are really annoying. Let's actually see, maybe I can find a place in the steamship area that has better encounter sets. So what do we find here? Crew dust. Oh yeah, ha! Well actually, I can get immune to blind, so crew dust wouldn't be inherently bad. Okay, crew dust 2, crew dust 4, defeater and mortar traps. Defeater and mortar traps, so... There is one area that might actually not be too bad for inside the steamship. Depends on how much experience a crew dust gives. But at least they die rather quickly if I'm not mistaken. So let's see. We're going to do our first little dive into this area here. Worst case scenario, we'll just come back outside. I cannot pronounce that gratuitously. Gratuit. That's right, actually French uses that word too, doesn't it? With gratuit. C'est gratuit. Alrighty, so there's another mithril glove right here, if you want to get that, but we already bought one. You really must know this game to your bones so you can play the Japanese version. Well, I guess. Also, this is a defeater. This might be the area I'm looking for grinding, which would be oddly convenient because, well, this is where we're looking for. But unfortunately, defeater is one of the worst encounters. Because this can happen. Motor traps like to, well, trap you, which means you get stopped. Then they have a critical attack, kind of like the zoo. They hit like a truck and also have a good chunk of defense. Plus the back guys in the back row, and it's always two of them. So these guys appear only if you defeat the defeater last in an encounter. But at least Ferris can two-shot them, so that's actually not too bad. Door face! Alright, the penguin doors. That's right. So that's 300 experience for that encounter. Let's see. Defeater. 300 experience. Not particularly great. Then again, it's probably faster than getting aged all the time by an eagle. Also, we had reached level 24. Oh, that's right. Enemies back can blind me. We have the... Kishura, are you around? Are those leather shoes? Did I forget to buy the... Uh-oh, I wanna get out here. Did I forget to get the glasses? Are those glasses or leather shoes is the question, I guess. Here, this one. This item I have equipped right now. Leather shoes, alright, thank you for the information, because then I actually forgot to pick up the glasses on this one here. Which I did in my emulator run up to the water shrine earlier. Sorry, Sid, I kinda need to go and grab my glasses, because glasses prevent darkness, so we can no longer be blinded. Yep, Yashura lived in Japan for quite a while. As an English teacher. Also, pretty awesome personality, can recommend. Make sure to follow the stream. Speaking of shoutouts, PJ is definitely one of those people you should also follow. I know that's been a bit while since you kind of mentioned anything, but hey. That's... yeah, that's true. That's fair. Warning, loud sound. May have studied Japanese for a long while as well, yeah. I dare to say Kishura probably knows Japanese better than I know English. I think that's a reasonably fair assumption. That Dark Souls? That looks like Dark Souls. Yep, it even says playing Dark Souls. And yeah, warning loud sound is probably a nice way to sum up Kishura clips and streams, so... yeah. I guess that's a heads up. So many ears hurt. Up. A flying enemy falls from the cliff and it dies. I mean, yeah. Nowhere it's stated in their description that they're supposed to come back up. So... they just leave. They saw their bodies get clobbered, probably, and decide to go, nope, not today. Seems like a reasonable solution to me. Might die here. Unless Ferris goes and blocks a lot more. You think we have a 25% chance to block with a mithril shield? Alright. Kinda worked out in the end. I guess this is why the steamship is such a strong consideration. might actually be faster on average to just go in the steamship, despite actually less experience and technically more dangerous enemies. Except for turtles. Turtles are actually really, really good. It's at maximum 3 attacks. Enjoy your lurk, Flare Star. Thank you for dropping by. I feel like a chemist would really appreciate a berserker just grinding here. Oh yeah. Turtle shells. I need those. Just looking over the chat, see whether I missed anything in the meantime. And keep tapping down still. Even though the exit is technically down, I need to go up first. Alrighty, going to grab the glasses. Also going to sell the leather shoes first. Just so I don't accidentally sell the glasses. Also, I wonder whether we could actually get the elf kit now. Did I try it? Yes, no, maybe? I did buy the metal hammer, didn't I? So I don't need the bronze armor anymore. It was a bronze armor. That's an old shield. It's leather armor. That's the bronze armor. I think that's iron helmet. That's an elixir. I only have one? Bronze shield, bronze armor probably. The whip. I think that's the plumed hat. I want to keep that. The dagger we can sell technically. Actually, not just that. We can just sell it. I don't know what that is. Oh, that was the leather armor. That's the mithril weapons I kept. This is the mithril hammer. I want to keep that. This is... I think that's the silver ring. So this is the axe from before. I don't need that. I mainly sell stuff not because I need money, but because I want to have a clean inventory so I can more easily identify what I do have and what I don't. Just in case you're wondering. Oops. And to go and sort these ones here. Alright, let's give rescuing, quote-unquote, the thing a shot. Look, a distraction! Ooh, shiny. I've been recently thinking about more character concepts for the likes of Dungeons and Dragons, and I was thinking of maybe a character class who doesn't usually use magic, except that I would give it Magic Adept plus Find Familiar. That's it, that's just all there is. Wouldn't necessarily use anything else from the magic or Magic Basic? What is it called? I forgot the feat. Basically so you can use some spells. Would be pretty neat. Because familiars are pretty awesome. Alrighty. A pet collector mage? Oh dear. Wasn't there a similar concept where you could like have a hunter, you have a beastmaster with a pet, and then you have a regular pet, and then you have a familiar on top of that? That would be great. No, it's less of a pet collector mage. My idea was more of a, like, any class, like a fighter, but you just have a familiar with you that helps out too. Because I feel like familiars are crazy useful. Alrighty, so down here, we're always going to get back attacked, which is why I put Ferris into the back row. And this guy here does a lot of damage, and he has a lot of evasion and a lot of defense. So we are probably not gonna be able to defeat this guy. Probably. Yeah, okay. Did I save? I think I saved before coming here. Also, it doesn't help that Ferris doesn't block any attacks whatsoever. I'm going to give it one more try. Also increase the death counter by 1. I'm going to give it one more try. So the chance to hit that thing is kind of really low. It also has a lot of defense and I believe 666 HP if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, not particularly good odds of getting through here. But we do have a reasonable amount of physical block chance. At least that's the theory. And if we get to that chest over there, it is actually containing an elf cape, which gives us another 1 in 3 chance to avoid attacks. Which would be really nice. And that's kind of the big deal about that elf cape in the first place. Not enough damage, but hey, we hit once, so that's a good thing. Ferris, you need to block some stuff sometime. Thank you. Unfortunately, he's going to attack twice because Ferris is so slow. Yeah, alright. We're going to eventually come back here. Or maybe never. Either way. I tried. A fighter with a familiar already exists in D&D 3.5e. Right. It's just kind of also not just familiar, but I was also thinking what kind of character would it be, like just roleplay wise. Like a character who can technically use magic, but other than the Find Familiar does not necessarily have use for magic. Because in order to deal anything useful or, well, anything... Basically utility spells are what I like the most, is the short version. I guess a backstory could be something along the lines of... a guy that decided to join the army because he wanted to help out... Oh, front row and metal dagger please. Because he wanted to help out his kingdom, but it comes from a family of mages or something like that. Like, that could just be the basic backstory. Or he's just not interested in casting magic, he just wanted to go and fight. This is why he is a fighter, but... something random like that could be. Oh well. Also, let's see. Game's done quick. I'm actually kind of curious what the game lineup is for this year. I actually haven't even checked last year because I was rather busy in other directions, so I barely got to watch anything. So let's see. Pre-show A Hat in Time. I've heard a lot of really good things about A Hat in Time so far. So it's probably something that I would want to avoid watching, just so I still can watch it blind or play it blind sometime. Then soon, after that is Metroid Zero Mission, which I know is a really good game, just never played it myself. Mega Man 7 by PJ, oh boy. That's gonna be amazing, no matter how we slice it. An expelled mate from a wizard college who became a soldier for money. I like that. The reason why he might have been expelled is because his intelligence is not particularly high, so they decided he was not really worthwhile. But he still picked up some magical abilities here and there because of it. That could work, actually. I like it. Or maybe he was like something else, but I see why they expelled him. I like that idea actually. A good one. Alright, other games done quick runs that look really intriguing. Super Mario Bros. 3 is always going to be a good one. 100% race. Nice. Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. I know there has been quite a lot of new discoveries lately, so that should be a good watch, because Gymnast, I believe, also has really good commentary. Even though I've never played the game. Probably going to be really good. What else? A lot of the games I don't really know. Sky Blazer by Omnigamer is hopefully going to work well. He has been working like crazy on that game recently. That should be a good watch too. Actracer by Metroid McFly. Nice. Professional mode race. Oh. Oh, so it's without the overworld part. That's what. Okay, I guess. And then The Great Circus Mystery starring Mickey and Minnie. I like that game. I have no idea who runs it. It's currently King Rhodes TN. I just know Lahawk is crazy good at that too. Then we have Donkey Kong Country 3 by Void. Should be a good watch. Sonic Colors. Interesting. Alrighty. So, we are finally back in here. So, the main reason why I went to pick up glasses is because there in here are crew dust enemies. Crew dust enemies, they like to blind you. Did I equip the glasses? Either way, they like to blind you, and blind actually works in this game. What it does is it reduces your chance to hit by 75%. Multiplicative with any other chance to miss for that matter. Either way, 75% less chance to hit, which is rather severe and extreme, so you kind of want to not have that if you can avoid it. Let's see, glasses, did I equip? I did equip, okay. And there is a decent amount of encounters that is just with crew dust in a certain area. I'm not entirely sure which one it is, but this is not what I'm looking for. Either way, the crew dust itself actually does not use... Oh, oddly enough, this could still be a really good encounter experience-wise, because they don't deal damage. The crew dust only ever uses the flash ability to blind your party when it's alone. So, unless it's alone, you actually don't have to worry about it. Let's see. Those defeaters only call their motor traps when they are the last enemy remaining in combat. So you actually have reason to avoid having the crew dust being the last enemy in combat and the defeaters. Those weird wiggly worms things with strange ears. Now it's gonna be motor trap, and I'm actually curious whether motor traps themselves even have experience attached to them. Motor trap. 150 experience per... That's interesting. 3 defeaters plus crew dust. It's a total of 730 experience. Not bad. But then again, it actually took quite a while. But actually not bad. Surprisingly good, in fact. I believe that was an elixir. Do you choose the character for a solo single class run based on individual proficiencies for jobs? In the case of Berserker, yes. We want to get any advantage we can. And Varys has just the highest average stats, and 3 more agility than Buds, which probably is going to make more of a difference than anything else in the long run. However, defeat the plus poltergeist. He is worth 285 experience. That's a low number there. Either way, where was I? Usually in... words. Usually in solo character challenge runs, I ask people whether they want to see butts or whether they want to see fairies. So basically, at the end of most of the solo character challenge runs, I just have a raffle where I pick a random person and they tell me fairies or butts for the runs. And that's kind of pretty much it. And it's mainly fairies or butts just because they are present for most of the boss fights, one way or another. Lena is missing from the entirety of the beginning of World 3, but Galof is missing from the entire end of World 1, so neither of those are particularly good choices, generally speaking. Wait, those things also use HP sap? Oh goodness, I did not even realize that. Also, that was Flash, but we have classes on, so we are protected. 520 experience on the other hand is actually pretty good. Although it did take a while, but it's not as slow as getting aging status effects. Plus I'm in the habit of giving up the aging counter enemies. That was a cottage, if I'm not mistaken. It's 2 crew dust should actually be pretty much half as much. That was 520, so that's 260 right here. Yeah, it's 260. Actually, not too bad. There's another elixir down there. A single defeat there. Alright, let's see. Probability. 2 crew dust is 90 out of 256. 4 crew dust is the same. Defeater is 60, and actually the 3 defeaters plus crew dust is 16. I'm just noting those things down just to have a general idea where I may want to go and grind for a while. Does Kryle inherit Gallo's stats or just his class ability? Just the class abilities. Kryle actually has her own stats. She has the highest agility out of any character. And really... wait. Yeah, the highest agility. She has decently strong magic power. I think on par with Ferris, if I'm not mistaken. And I think the lowest vitality stat, however. With 0. Or plus 0 anyways. GDQ lineup looks really interesting this time around. The past couple of years they seem to prefer more obscure and less well-known games and runs. Well, I mean, it has its ups and downs in that regard, I would say. You kind of want to give other games and also other runners some exposure, because they deserve it too. But then at the same time, it is a marathon that aims to make money for charity. I guess it's always a give and take. There's always going to be something that one doesn't like. But I do agree, it looks actually pretty nice. This is why we have the glasses equipped. I actually like this area in here. So if we compare this to outside, on average we actually get less experience. But we also have shorter fights. If you look at the schedule and don't know a single runner, you are less likely to watch. I mean, that makes sense. Originally, I used to watch just purely for the games because I didn't know any runners. But eventually I got to know and love certain runners and just watch all their runs no matter what they run, like PJ for example. Also, I'm not going to see chat for just a second. Wow. Cruel Shura. Actively avoiding the Yagamoth guy. K is not angry. For some reason, I read that, no, K is not hungry. Hungry? When did he eat last time? This is correct, fair enough. Hangry. I learned hangry is a real thing. I didn't realize that until at some point. Also, getting stopped all the time might actually make me consider going outside instead. Yeah. Yeah, you do. On the bright side, I guess this is less dangerous than the zoo. Ah, maybe less dangerous than the zoo. No, I'm not so sure anymore. Also, it looks like stop does reset RA to B, despite Berserk. I guess the higher level we are, the less likely it is for them to hit us with stop in the first place. Somebody should tell that Yagamoth guy where he can get Phoenix Downs. I don't think I need them. They're only worth 500 gold and I have enough money. There's actually Phoenix Down just around the corner in the next room upstairs on the right side in the chest. Phoenix? Phoenix? No idea where I get hose. Did you know hose are trousers? German. Nice. I'll just to see what art the GBA version of this game gets right. In which sense? Yeah, I have watched a lot of people on GDQs and absolutely love their performance, but it turns out their personal streams are just not for me. There's a number of examples of these where it's just like, alright, absolutely love your marathon performance, it's great, but your stream, alright, not quite for me. I'm going to go to the next one. We actually started on emulator to switch to Berserker right away before the Air Shrine, the Wind Shrine. And then I switched over to console afterwards. The guy who runs the horror games? Oh, Carcinogen, maybe? No. Don't really know then. I know Spike Vegeta is one of the best personalities in marathons, but his personal stream, well, just not quite to my taste, but that's okay, because there's a lot of people who really love it. That's great too. As a person, he's great, to say the least. At least from what I've seen. Bark, 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 bark. You finally gave in and started playing Graveyard Keeper. Oh boy. Nice. You're actually going to get some features that I didn't, Ghost Eye, because I haven't played recently after the patches. So I'm curious how you like it. Oh, there's a DLC now? I had no idea there was a DLC for Graveyard Keeper, actually. I don't want to spoil it for you, so I don't want to talk about the thing that I was just immediately thinking of with Graveyard Keeper. Actual photo of Kishore watching horror games. Oh, I see. Yeah. I'm definitely not that good with horror games either. I can watch people play them to a limited extent, but not much more. Just got the dungeon opened up last night. I see. No, I don't think you would be far enough, Ghost Eye. Stranger Sins? What does it add, if I may ask? Is that a question there, Star? Is that a proclamation of truth? Tavern Builder thing. Oh, I see. I didn't realize that was a DLC. Alright. If you convince them to talk. Alright. Cliffhanger. User resolved. It's actually with... I will need to replace those brackets. It's the wavy brackets, but let's see. User resolved a cliffhanger in the food box. It's a cliffhanger. Will they romp it? Will the cliffhanger hump them? What about Grimer? Tune in next time. Well, I like it. I think you put a cliffhanger into the food box though. But I like it a lot actually. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay, I changed it up a little bit. I hope it's still okay. Am I full-time streamer? Yes. I mainly stream and don't do a whole lot else on the side. Would I recommend pork shorts, grow your own run, or official Secret of Mana? Honestly, I would recommend maybe checking out all of them and kind of comparing their differences, but Pork Shorts is probably a really good start. So here's the thing, I don't think I've ever fully watched Pork Shorts run myself, but Pork Shorts decided to jump in and learn glitchless directly without learning anything else before that. Which means he had a lot less experience in the game overall, and this might actually help you get started with his strategies and such being adapted to not necessarily having much pre-knowledge, but then again he did grind out a lot and learn a lot in the meantime. I play games with you, I mean I guess. Unless you're busy with Princess Maker. I mean, I don't blame you for it. I don't want to make a princess. I'm just not necessarily into visual novels type things. Like, every time I try to play Baldur's Gate 2, it's like, okay, this time I'm going to read all the dialogue. And 5 dialogue boxes later, I'm just clicking whatever answer sounds the most interesting without having read the question. Or the context for that matter. It's really difficult to pay attention. You've done lots of vanilla, but it's the first step into speedrunning. Nice. My initial suggestion is that... Oop, don't press that. Is that you just do a run through with lots of save states maybe. Or lots of safety saves one way or another. I'm not sure whether you're gonna directly play on console. Because the Secret of Mana is not an easy game. But I suggest just run all the way through with the speedrun strategies and see how it works for you. That's how I initially got into speedrunning Secret of Mana myself. I just decided to do a quick playthrough. Took me like 6 or 7 hours, I didn't understand certain things, so I looked up more stuff and then I continued. Is that like Mario Maker, but they build princesses instead? No, not quite. You're into everything unless you don't like it. I'm actually very accurate, I dare to say. You didn't play the End for a long time, or official novels? Ferris, you guess? Nah, not Ferris. What? Hey, the Maddox, welcome. How are you doing? Oh yeah, this is Ferris, actually. There we go. Sorry, I missed your question earlier. But welcome to you. I hope you're doing well. This is Ferris indeed. Ferris has +3 agility, +3 strength, +3 magic power, and I think +2 vitality for the stats. So on average, she actually has the highest stats of all the characters. And especially agility and slightly higher magic power is actually going to be rather relevant. When you play, do you drink fine wine or just water? I don't like wine, so water it is, actually. I mostly drink water recently. Sometimes coffee. And now I want the hot chocolate now that I think about it. But water. There's very few alcoholic beverages that I actually like. And mostly it's just very fruity stuff that is just rather sweet, rather than alcoholic in the first place. So, that's just me. So, what I should do is I should actually make a sample size here. Okay, let's see. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to restock on potions and then run around outside for 20 minutes. I'm going to set a timer and check how much experience I gain outside, and then we're going to do the same inside. Kind of a rough way of figuring out what is better experience per minute gained. But at least I don't have to worry about things much. Alrighty, potions refilled. That's my timer. Okay, set to 20 minutes. I need to note down how much experience we have right now. So we currently have 48,110 experience. Okay, and we're going to start grinding right around now. So the encounter rate is also relevant, to say the least. Are the wolves in the forest not the best here? No, actually. The wolves in the forest are really good money, and they are easy to defeat without any real danger. But experience-wise, which is the only thing we are looking for here, the encounters on the overworld here, as well as inside the steamship, are strictly better. If you want money, the wolves are the way to go though. But we have so much money after we are done grinding eventually, that's not gonna be exactly a concern. Oh, we can two-shot this guy if we get 406 damage at least in the next swing. Nice. Schweiz. Sherwitz? I had no idea about that. Where did you even learn that? Probably in the manual. But yeah, I had no idea about that, Sultana. On his wiki page? Her wiki page, but yeah. So these are exactly the encounters as to why I think we might get more experience per minute inside than outside. Because if they just put the aging status effect on us, we lose like a minute. At least if it happens at the beginning of the encounter. And hey Menblock, welcome back. The leveling is going quite fine. I'm currently testing whether we get more experience per minute outside or inside. So I'm going to go for 20 minutes outside, see how much experience I gained, and then going for 20 minutes inside. By the way, if I do this, can you actually hear something? You shouldn't be... You shouldn't be able to. That's kind of loud on my end, though. Considering no reaction, I assume you cannot hear it. Alright. So I would have to actually... Oh. Okay. Just trying to figure out the audio things on the end here if I want to have BERSERKER running as well. Our car boss, I think we got him for third try, so pretty simple, honestly. Relatively easy compared to a lot of other characters. In fact, it was probably easier than most others, honestly. The only downside was getting back to Carl boss, just because of how lengthy it is to fight every single encounter on the way to a boss, like that one. So it might have still taken longer than some others who took more deaths. And this is exactly why I think inside the steamship might be better, but then again, I just got an elixir out of this, which is easy healing. Tracker's almost finished. Oh, nice. So by the way, how does it work concept-wise? The Seeker of Mana open world thing. Like, I assume you get Flammy initially. You can go to almost every location you want. There are items in a lot of locations. They include weapons, weapon ores, magic, mana seeds, cactus, key items. I see, what are the key items? Like, how do they open up new ways and passages? I imagine spirits with the orbs are also involved in that, which is just kind of natural in that game. After you get a certain required items, you can try to beat the game. There are hints for a lot of stuff. Key items, gold tower key, sea hairtail, Mitch mallet, Moogle belt. I see. I assume you have to defeat Jabberwocky for, like, the Moogle belt, for the Mitch mallet. Will I do dual tower? No. There's not really a reason to. Plus, it's actually virtually impossible in the SNES and GBA versions to complete the Twin Towers as a solo Berserker. It might be technically possible, like it's theoretically possible, right? That you get enough Mage Master procs that you eventually would kill the boss with enough Mage Master procs. However, practically, the randomness in in Final Fantasy V is too limited that this effectively never is going to happen. That the RNG aligns in a way where you get enough silence procs in a row to actually defeat the boss and the enemy. Just a few locations are locked until you get certain stuff, like some of the Pure Lands bosses locked behind the bush, for which you need a sword/axe. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think of those things as a key, but that's right. Those key items are all shuffled. Interesting. Is there any added key items? Because it feels like on the initial thought, that Secret of Mana doesn't have particularly many key items. But then again, I might just not be thinking of everything. Also, 10 minutes are over, so just 10 more minutes until we take our tally on how much experience we gain. I don't think we had a particularly bad encounter with the eagle so far. I kind of hope that it will happen as soon, quote-unquote. Just so we get an idea on how much experience that would be. There's just 4 key items. You have Flammy and the rope from the beginning. I see. So you just need to find an axe or a sword. And then you can just beat the game. Right. I'm curious how it's going to turn out. Like, I just feel like there's not enough stuff that is gated behind other things for it to be more than just interesting initially. But then again, that's just me. Other people might think differently than that too. Of course, items that you need for a location aren't rewards for those locations that prevent unbeatable seats. Right. locations and locks. I mean, I'll see it when I get around to it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did I find a way to beat Neo XF with Berserker? Not yet. I haven't looked there, really. I haven't really set up for looking either, so I hope to do that soon, TM. But yeah, we'll see. As in soon as like tomorrow, or maybe the day after tomorrow, depends on how much motivation I have. I might just feel like running left and right and not doing a whole lot else, which is always possible. Like, we know of a theoretical way of beating Neo XF as a solo Berserker. It's just the probability is so low that it is quite... what's the word? Not likely enough to reasonably do it in a reasonable amount of time. Let's put it that way. Because the chances are so low, you need to have the exact correct seed. But if we can manipulate or figure out which seed we are on, and then subsequently manipulate which seed we can get to or want to get to, that would be kind of the goal. Prohibitively unlikely, statistically impossible. It's more prohibitively unlikely. Like, it's just... I don't know what the actual probability is. Like, is it 1 in a million? I don't know. Is it 1 in 10,000? I don't know. 1 in 10,000 is still doable within reason if you really want to. But 1 in a million? Well, rather improbable. Yeah, I say unreasonable to attempt because it is very, very unlikely to win. Still technically possible. We don't also don't know whether it's exactly one seed that works or whether it might be multiple different approaches or anything like that. That's kind of things I would want to like figure out a script on how to write scripts and such for BizHawk and then just start testing. And yeah, that is true, Menblock. So here's the thing. That is normally accurate, in a sense. So... No. You're correct, no matter what. For the Berserker, the way it is, the combat always plays out the exact same way, no matter what you do, as soon as the fight starts. So basically, we need to figure out when exactly we have to fight this, start the fight with which kind of predetermined values, where one way or another, in order to be able to win in the end. That's kind of all there is to it. In this specific case. It is true, it's in the end it's a sequence of numbers that just kind of has to align, but technically there's a lot of ways that could lead to victory. It's just, you will never get everything to align because of how limited the RNG is in Final Fantasy V. But yeah, for our intents and purposes, for that matter, all we really need to do is get the correct starting value for the Berserker, and then we will probably win. There's actually still more variance to that, technically speaking, but that's just kind of the short of it. We need to reduce the amount of RNG costs as much as possible. Yeah, we also need to figure out how to like get initially to the value in the first place that we're looking for. Actually, we are kind of facing 3 separate problems, I would say. One is, which values do work in the first place? We actually don't really know. Because I don't even know how the RNG is even properly determined. Like, is there multiple values for it? Is it like a sequence of numbers, kind of like in Terranigma, where you basically reload a save and then it's just counting up from there? Or is it more like a complex system where it has multiple different RNG values that the system is going to end up using? Stuff like that. Yeah, I think that sounds about right, which I think is why I determined that it's potentially reasonable to do this as manipulation in Final Fantasy 5. Oh, that's what you mean? At least I'm pretty sure that we can figure it out once we start testing stuff. Depending on implementation, our method may or may not work. Right. Also, this is the last encounter for the 20 minutes, so let's see how this is going to go. How much experience did we gain in the meantime? So we are now level 27. We have gained how much experience? We started at 48,110, we have 58,770 now, so the difference between those two numbers is... That's 10,660 experience in 20 minutes. So that's just slightly above 30,000 experience per hour. Which... I have no idea whether that's any good. Also, by the way, we can now make Ferris Berserk while she's berserking. And also forgot to... oh well, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to start a timer as soon as we start walking left and right in here. Just to get a general idea. Oh, good night, Flare Star. Thank you for dropping by. Rest well. And start. There are 2 RNG values, A and B. A is the sum of 1000 bytes of RAM, while B is the sum of 2000 bytes of RAM. Right, I still need to go back and read the whispers we had about that. You mentioned many really useful things to me. And yeah, the thing is, the bytes of RAM, I assume that's kind of like after you load the save. There's a select which of them is going to be used. Okay. Which one of them is going to be used at? So can either be used during a battle? Or is it specific time when the selector gets switched or something like that? If you can control all those 1000/2000 bytes, we are set. Well... I don't think it's gonna be that simple. I say simple, but not exactly what I mean. So the thing is, I don't really know anything about SNES architecture, so I don't know how a selector would be like switched in this case. You can control some of these values, but you mean it is in a TAS. Right. So my current main thought on how to approach the entire problem is just kind of plotting out the values that you get by, let's say, getting into a specific encounter after loading a save file. And then you see what the numbers are, and you basically just kind of note the number or how the fight works out in any case, like how much damage Fairies takes, how much damage she deals, whether she procs the Earth Hammer or not, or whether the enemies use certain moves or attacks, whether they revive a character as a zombie, etc. Just basically, that starting value is what I'm looking for to figure out. So we kind of know where we load into the entire set. And then try to find that one in an emulator, so we have a similar starting point, and then just go from there. That's my idea. I have no idea how realistic that is. Or maybe I would want to try differently, where I know a large portion of the inventory is part of those 1000 and 2000 bytes. But not everything, so I can actually store stuff at the bottom of the inventory in order to like have items if I need them, which is good. But yeah, I'm a complete noob, so to speak, when it comes to trying to figure out any of these things. So I may not actually find anything useful. We'll see. With help it might work, but yeah. Pointer position is different. Minis are part of the range, so changing minis pointers will change the values. Right. Which was also my original idea on how we can possibly, like, figure out where we are at the start of a seed, then shuffle items around in the inventory in a specific way in order to reach the value that we need to get to, or something like that. Like, that's kind of my best idea anyways. I forget where you linked me to. Was it the RAM map? Final Fantasy 5 RAM map. I think it was. Oh, it's on your RAM. Well, would you mind linking the website of yours? Ah, there it is. Just like this, thank you. Honestly, in the end, I don't expect it, but it would be pretty amazing if we can actually manage to verify the solo Berserker on console through RNG manipulation. But yeah, don't necessarily expect it. Just kind of hope, and I don't really have a lot to do while running back and forth here. In fact, I should probably grab my one-handed controller sometime and just start running around with that instead. So I have a second hand free to do whatever. Get used to it anyways. Oh, there's even button pressed. Battle RNG counter A. Byte sum of the first 1000 bytes of RAM plus 7E0AF's 9 question mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know which sequence we need to get from the system somewhere. You mean sequence... As in, I assume you mean sequence of RNG calls. Or RNG numbers, I take it. Yeah, again, for our purposes, in this specific instance anyways, it is sufficient to just have them in the correct initial value in order for everything else to play out, because that's going to be how it is. As long as we have the correct initial value, everything should just work out. Well, minus the speed stat, which is frame-based, or the slight tempo adjustment, which I hope is not gonna matter, but I don't know. But yeah, that's the thing that we want to test out. On the side, I will probably play Samurai Goro's TAS thing, just up to Neo X Death. Although I might just use a freelancer in order to get there a bit more easily. Either way, I will want to have an emulator at save file, save state at the final boss. Well, that's great. Thank you so much for linking that again, Samurai Goro. I really appreciate that. I need to go back through the whispers that you sent me on more information to... Just don't exactly know where that was. Also, on a completely separate note, my SNES Mini to SNES adapters arrived, and from what I can tell, they actually work really well. Except that I figured out that one of my SNES Mini controllers, when I use the select button, it gets stuck sometimes, which is kind of awkward. Want to test if there can be even such an initial value, and so I show which one. Right, that's going to be what I will want to write a script for, in order to just kind of let the emulator run until we get like 1 or 2 or 3 values that work. Also, this is probably a noob question, I imagine it is, but how large are these RNG numbers? Like, how many bytes would I need to check for those things? And hey Komaru, thank you for the good luck, I will need it. Oh, the worst case scenario, that guy exactly decided to do the thing. Should be 1 byte. 1 byte size, okay. Okay. So... that is 65,500 some change. Possible values that we will want to figure out. Yeah, okay. Very nice. I was actually worried that it would be like 2 bytes or 4 bytes even each. Okay, we can work with that. Nice. Yeah, it is 65,535 combinations? I guess with 0. Yeah, okay, 36. It is a lot of combinations, but with the emulator speed up and just the script just running like in the background for a day or 2, I might be able to figure out the possible correct solutions, quote unquote. Now the problem once again will be to know whether that little speed variance, which is frame-based, might have an impact or not. Yeah. Like at the beginning of battle you can have +1 speed stat with your starting point, -1 or 0, so those are 3 possibilities. My hope is that it doesn't matter, because as long as the sequence of actions is the same, it should still be the same outcome, right? But then again, I don't really know. The battle might be long enough that it ends up actually mattering. Super Mario World RNG explanation again. Alright, good luck to you. But yeah, basically right now my idea is going to be to just have a Berserker set up, just about to start the battle with Neo X-Death, and set the values to 0 and 0, and then 0 and 1, and then 0 and 2, and basically just cycle through all the values until I get a certain result that I'm looking for. But yeah, do you by chance know Samurai Goro, where it's more than just the +1 or -1 speed at the beginning of the battle? Or whether there is more things? In theory, we could calculate whether there is a certain overlap over certain, speeds, in a sense. Like, when there might just be a threshold where a +1 or a -1 might make a difference on who goes first. In theory, we can plot those out over X amount of turns. Actually, no, not really, because there's 2 phases, and the second ones are only going to start running once the first one is done, so that would be a headache. May not make a difference if you can't reach the second phase. Right. That's always a problem. What emulator do I use? I use BizHawk for my purposes of testing. I forget whether Samurai Goro used a specific version of BizHawk for his initial Berserker runs. I'm just using the latest version of BizHawk for testing purposes. And hey Dame, welcome, how are you doing? Yeah, in the end, the +1 or -1 really only makes a difference when there's a certain overlap where +1 or -1 makes it go fairies go first or the other enemies go first. Berserker cannot run away in the Super Nintendo version or Super Famicom anyways. You can run away in every other version, including the PlayStation version, as a solo Berserker. The theoretical combination would be A times B times speeds of 7 seconds plus yours. Unfortunately, many of those combinations will produce the same results, but you have no clue on how it is. Right. Yeah, but basically, my idea is just to have all the speed stats be +0. Actually, I have no idea how to even set that. I have no clue. But my idea is just to ignore the speed thingies and hope that it works out anyways. Because how many parts are there? The first main, 4 other ones. So that's 5. Plus fairies, 6. You actually just wrote that there, didn't you? 8? Wait, 7 segments? Do the empty parts actually matter? Or the dummy parts? Not sure, right, alright. Let's just go with the optimistic approach and say it's going to be 6 total, which is 3 to the power of 6, which is 9, 81, 81 times, no actually that's 9 times 81. So 720 20... Well, still not terribly great odds if it has to be a specific value of that, but likely a lot of the values will produce the same result. Right. Shall I check if we can reach all 255 values of A times B? Sum of sevens? What range do you need to look at? Actually, just RNG1 and RNG2 I think is important. That's actually a really good point, because we might not be able to reach certain RNG combinations or stuff. That would be really good to know. Right. Yeah, that's actually really important. Because there's certain things that we may not never be able to, like, get even to. There can be literally impossible combinations that end up resulting in a victory, because, well, that's technically possible. What value gets put out by the computation of byte award? Well, RNG value 1 and 2. Or... I might be misunderstanding the question. So this is likely the last encounter, then we check how much experience we gain. Oof. Worst case scenario. Don't attack that one, Ferris. Well, now it doesn't matter anymore. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. Fair enough. But thank you. Okay, wait, what was that? I got a thing. I have no idea what that thing is. Either way, we are 13 seconds off the clock for 20 minutes. Let's calculate the numbers again here real quick, just to have an idea. So we started at 58,770 experience. So we are actually at 66,000... Oh. That is mildly... unexpected, actually. So inside the steamship here is actually a lot less experience than outside. We only gained 7,780 experience since we last checked. That is a lot less than I expected this to be, because it feels like it went relatively smooth inside of here. Wow. Yes, outside is actually a lot better overall. Like, I figured, but I didn't expect it to be such a wide discrepancy. And I know that the other steamship rooms are actually even worse, so I don't even need to test those. Karnak. So I'm just actually going to check the region to the east. Also, Kishura, if you're here real quick, I got an item. I have no idea what the item is. What's that? A speed drink? Oh wow, I had no idea I could drop that. Probably 1 in 16. Thank you. That's really nice. So we stocked up on potions, and now we're going to go to the east side of this entire area here. in order to get an idea on how much experience we gain against, well, enemies on the east side, which has a slightly different encounter ratio, which may or may not be worth exploring. Also, I can equip my mithril gloves again, just for slightly more defense. No real reason not to. I guess we also gained a bit more strength and levels. Let me actually see whether I gained any attack multiplier since we started this. I feel like we're actually already on the next encounter zone over here, so I may not have to go all the way up to the right. So I'm currently level, what is it? Dagger. 23? Dagger 23. My last level up was 28. So we did actually gain an additional attack multiplier from 26 to 27, but 28 to 29 I'm actually going to have one less. Curious. Alright. Let's just see whether this is indeed a different encounter zone over here, or whether it's the same one. Okay, eagle and 2 grass turtles and the eagle. Eagle, zoo, no, eagle for 2 grass turtles. Not the salmon pig. Okay, this is indeed the other encounter zone. This encounter does not occur on the other side. Okay, so we just can start here. So I'm going to start my timer at 20 minutes. And we start grind. Wait, my seconds are off. Going to grind in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's move. Okay. What's your plan for Sandworm? Level 80 character? Something like that. Pretty much. The thing is, I need to grind for Soul Cannon, which is like level 90. So I might as well just overgrind for Sandworm as well, so it's going to be a more consistent victory against it. Or more likely anyways. Consistent? Ha! That's not gonna happen. Happy New Year! But slightly early. Have you ever done Enua in a single character challenge? No. I've only ever beaten Enua once in the Final Fantasy Fiesta last year. There's no running away. And let me tell you, that dungeon is real tedious if you can't run away. Especially if you don't know it, and you don't know that you need to capture like one of these behemoths. And have no idea how the dungeon layout even looks. I should have just drawn a map from the get-go, honestly. I didn't realize it wouldn't just be a long corridor of a map. So yeah, I've only ever beaten it once. And I have no idea how likely or reasonable it would be to go and defeat anyone. So when you say you'll play a puzzle game at a grind, set both games running, but the puzzle controls also work for Final Fantasy, so it keeps moving automatically too. No. It would just be separate. I would be just moving with the D-pad on my controller whenever I'm on the overworld, and then just switch over to the puzzle in between and during encounters. Like, I can almost fully focus my attention to not the game because of how this works. I think once I defeat Liquid Flame, we'll have a nice place to grind against Dorm Chimeras. Because at least, well, that is once we get the Assassin. Let me actually calculate this real quick. Chimera. How much defense do Chimeras have? They have 1000 HP exactly. Let's see. I had no idea those things were heavy. Interesting. Alright, Chimeras have a defense of 20. That's a lot. 20 defense with, I think the Guardian Dagger has 36 attack power, if I'm not mistaken. And 20 defense. 1000 HP. Let's see. In order to deal 500 damage to those things reliably, I would need to be only level 32. Huh, we can start grinding the Chimeras right after we get out of Karna Castle. Yeah, I've played on YouTube. Somebody played Melee and somehow made the inputs do tedious grinding in some other game. Interesting. In this case, I couldn't really do that without having like a fork of the controller or like a multi-adapter thing, because I'm playing this on console. It's technically possible, but I'm not set up for that. Like, if I was doing this on emulator, it would be really easy to make that work. And yes, it's literal speeds. This is basically just for the beginning of battle. It doesn't... Once the battle is going, your ATB will always be set to the value that is expected, rather than +1 or -1. Also, equipment weight will play into it, but that's just speed. Do we know the base speeds we'll be working with? Yeah, I can tell you those. But in this case... No axes yet? We do have axes, but daggers are just way more reliable. The axes have the problem that they just don't have a 100% hit rate. And if I kill enemies with one swing, if I hit them with a dagger, there's no reason to use an axe ever, pretty much. Like, there's slightly increased attack power compared to a dagger, and their ability to pierce defense mostly doesn't matter when you just don't hit the enemy. The only axe that ended up actually being useful was the first one you can buy in the third town you visit. And ironically enough, you don't actually get berserkers until after that, normally anyways. One death cycle for the crystals though? Probably. The death cycle is the one axe that is very, very worthwhile, honestly. That's the one axe I would always want to use. Just because the death proc is so good, and it actually only has, I think, a 10% chance to miss, which is way less than all the other axes. Plus, on top of that, it has so much of a higher attack power than most other weapons. It's actually kind of ridiculous how much of an advantage you gain from that. So Death Sickle is the one weapon that is worth it, I suppose. Aside from the other axe I mentioned. But right now we can use axes / hammers, but they're just not worth it. Well, that's not entirely true either. I will be using the Mithril Hammer for Liquid Flame because the counterattacks are a big worry. And we need to get lucky anyways, so the higher my straight up attack power, the better. Okay, no aging status, that's good for the first attack here. And yeah, let's put it this way, I will try to beat X-Death, but if it doesn't work out with manipulation, I will give it like 20, 30 or 40 attempts, and then be done with it. This is simultaneously the best, but also the worst encounter right here. If we get the aging status effect, it takes so long to beat it, but if we don't, it's actually a really good experience. Five and a half more minutes until we get our tally of how much experience we gained. We already had, 2 of these bad encounters here. This is gonna be the third one right here. Oh dear. Hey, Liquid Snake, welcome. How are you doing? Boing. Oh dear. That's a lot of people. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome everybody to the Snooze Fest, or the One Job Siesta, or also known as the Final Fantasy V Solo Character Challenge Run with a Berserker. I'm currently testing out on where I get the most experience in 20 minutes, and we're just kind of recording things. Welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. I love that Magus cap with the glasses, that's great. Hey Magus, welcome, how are you doing? So, for anybody who may not know this game, this is Final Fantasy V, a game where you can normally just select 1 out of 20 possible different job classes in order to just play through the game with a party of 4 characters. But for some reason, certain people like me decide to take on a challenge where we only use a single character with a single job class. And the Berserker, in this case, happens to be the most infamous of the job classes to take, because we cannot control a Berserker in combat, and that has rather severe repercussions, such as percentile-based moves that deal like 25% of your maximum HP and damage, being incredibly threatening, especially since you cannot heal in combat, meaning we will have to over-level for a large majority of the encounters. And, well, we are currently grinding up to level 32 here. Welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. Hey, frogs are friends, not food. Alright, this is the last encounter, then we take a tally on how much experience we have gained here. So yeah, welcome everybody. Liquid Smike, Hugrao, Jeff, DL Darkling, Tacharian, Corpus Cav, TC Matthews Jr., Me Speedy, Almagus, Swizzard, Rapfire, Anotar, excuse me. The pop-out window for some reason has weirdly dark background, or well text. That was hard to read. And welcome anybody else who may have joined us lurking. Hope you're doing well. So, okay. By the way, we are playing the Japanese version because Final Fantasy V was not released outside of Japan on the original Super Nintendo. There are reproduction cartridges with the fan translation, but I'm playing on an original cartridge because I figured if I just do this silly challenge, might as well go all the way and just put it on a Japanese cartridge. No, I do not really know Japanese, but I know enough of the game that I can probably get through. Okie dokie. Let's see, where's my spreadsheet? 66555. Oh, I didn't note when I started with how much experience I had. Well, that doesn't help. Derp. So according to my spreadsheet, I gain actually about 13,000 experience, which is probably like 2,000 too much, but the result is that I'm likely getting the most experience over here compared to, well, further to the west of Karnak. So this is a separate encounter zone. And I'm actually just gonna go for another 20 minutes here to have more of a comparison. But this seems like slightly better than near Karnak. Alrighty. Enjoy your dinner, Magus. Thank you for dropping by. Menblock, the multiplication of the speed stuff was more of a probability calculation rather than an in-game calculation of how speed effectively works. I think. Unless... Wait. You can ignore me if that is actually how the differentiation between left and right actually goes. As in plus, minus, or minus 1 or 0. In that case, you can ignore me. Maybe I'm just talking complete garbage and I don't understand what you're saying. Which is always possible, keep that in mind. Hey Richter Shade, welcome. How are you doing? I guess start saying something and then I realize, oh wait, I might be completely wrong on that subject. Which, well, who knows? I don't. But I feel like... yeah. Oh. I'm just gonna listen to the music. I like this music. Okay. You may have lost me there, but I'm alright with this. Good luck. I probably missed part of the conversation, or I may just not have enough knowledge to understand. You may as well be calculating stuff you don't need. Yeah. Honestly, the main thing that interests me from a basic standpoint right now is figuring out whether we can reach all the possible values of RNG A and B from in-game means, one way or another. And I have no idea how to even begin, aside from just randomly moving the cursor in the menu. Aging status is so bad. Once we get the boat, we will go and buy an angel ring just to avoid the aging status, I think. Berserkers don't hit that hard. I mean, that is not entirely wrong. But that's kind of their only feature they traditionally tend to have in this game. You search this with reason. I'm not searching here, I'm just grinding. I am grinding levels. I'm trying to get levels in order to be able to beat the next section of the game here. Sorry, by the way, if I miss anything in chat, feel free to repeat it. I'm kind of bad at reading it, despite not having much to do. I just kind of tend to drift away in my thoughts and ideas on how to do certain things. In the previous calculation by RNG, I meant the final outcome used in a certain spot we need. I mean, the final outcome is going to be defeating one part that has 49,001 HP, and then in the second part defeating 4 parts simultaneously that have 50,000 HP, 55,000 HP, 55,000 HP, and 60,000 HP. You have a chance of one of the parts casting a spell on you that reflects from you and one-shots one of the other parts. What I basically want to say with this is that I don't think there's a reasonable way to calculate. I don't know what you're trying to do, so I'm just kind of braining for a while rather than just thinking to myself. There's no reasonable way to calculate or pre-calculate an outcome of a battle, I don't think. At least not without a ton of effort. So my idea is to just like simulate run through all the possible values in order to run through the combat with those starting values. Since it doesn't matter once you are in combat which values those are at that point, only at the beginning of combat. That's kind of why I think just figuring out the starting values is enough via simulation, or well, repeated tests. You also don't know what you're calculating, I see. Either way, so imagine this. We have a boss fight, and we need a certain starting value for RNG. And that's it. What we're trying to figure out is how do we get to that starting value of RNG. The other part is figuring out which starting value of RNG is going to be irrelevant, but I think I can actually handle that by figuring out how to write a script for that. And then just kind of running simulations on high speed to see which ones are going to be successful, which values. So basically, what I'm looking for personally is a way to figure out in-game which value I'm currently on, or how I can get to a certain value just by, let's say, reloading a save. Or how I can manipulate the value by, let's say, advancing it 5 steps by opening up the menu, moving various down and moving various up, or something like that. That's what I'm looking for. And yes, the sequence of values is literally just running through the combat 5 times with each possible set of values. I guess say 5, but 1 is probably sufficient. Like, that's how we're going to figure out whether or which combination of A and B is going to be the winning combination. Then the second step is how do we figure out where we are and how do we figure out how we get there. That's basically my biggest difficulty. And hey Lunalina, welcome! Hope you're doing well. Final Fantasy 5 is really nice, I do agree. Is this run possible? We know it's technically possible, but practically, without manipulation, I think it's not reasonable to beat the final boss. We can get to the final boss after a lot of grinding and a lot of luck, but that's about it. Yes, well, this is going to take about 2 weeks. I'm not going to do this in one run, as in one sitting. This will be over the course of 2 weeks, or even 3 probably, until we reach the final boss. This is going to be basically a Berserk into the new year, so Happy New Year! I'm farming for the experience for the final boss solo. Well, before that, we are farming experience for Liquid Flame at level 32. Then we probably need more than that in order to defeat the next boss, who is going to be Biblos and Ifrit. Then we need more experience and more and more and more. So yeah. The biggest difficulties are Sandworm, where we need like level 60 or 70 in order to defeat it. And then subsequently we want to try and defeat Soul Cannon, which is an even bigger problem, which we need at least level 90. It's more likely that we need like level 92, 93 or so in order to win. Yep, Berserker can only hit. That's all a Berserker does. And it's a random target, which is kind of a problem if enemies are in the back row and only take half damage. Or if you really don't want to hit certain targets, such as in the Sandworm fight, because it will counterattack you with a percentile damage attack that reduces your HP by half. Usually. With the ghost ship, this definitely does have a ghost ship, or a ghost ship graveyard anyways, with ghosts. You got stuck on this one? I see. One of the biggest problems that people tend to have for Final Fantasy V, which would have been a problem for me too, is that you have so many choices, like it's just choice paralyzation. It's pretty extreme. You're trying to kill one of the optional bosses? Oh wow, these are strong. They just get this strong, yeah. Unless you know how to take advantage of their weakness. They are real monsters. How much? Oh, okay, probably steal. Level 30 already though. Okay, last encounter here. And then we tally up the numbers again. Oh, that guy is a monster. Yeah. Honestly, casual players, I do recommend that you just ignore Omega initially anyways. Like, that thing is ridiculous to take out. Alright, let's tally up the numbers. This was 20 minutes of grinding again. This time I do have the initial number guaranteed. So we were at 80,220 experience, and now we are at 92,650, which makes for a difference of 12,430 experience. So that's east of Karnak, which currently is in fact the best grinding spots that we have figured out here. Oh dear. The document looks amazing. I assume that's basically all the different possible attempts that it ran through. Lux? Yeah, basically wolves. Oh, they use question mark, question mark, question mark? Oh, yeah, right. That is a revenge attack. That deals damage based on however much HP they have lost. So because they haven't lost any HP, it will always deal 0 damage, or not hit at all because it is a chance to hit attack. Good morning to you, Hotshot. Welcome. How are you doing? So let's see, we are level 30. Almost 31. Actually just one more level and then I think we're going to be ready to try and take out Liquid Flame. So probably no Biblos today, but I will give Liquid Flame like 1 or 2 tries most likely. Why is the city burning? Well, this is the Karnak, the city of fire or something like that. That's just normal. Like they use heat and for burning stuff as energy source or something like that. We didn't start a fire. Something. But yeah, that's basically just story things. Also, I'm going to refresh or refill my water real quick, so be right back. That's one nice thing about Berserker Run, built-in bathroom snack breaks. Yep, bathroom / snack breaks. It's true. Every Final Fantasy has a Malmont. Karnak just happens to be actively burning in this one. That's one way to look at it. I mean, it's... sure. Take care, Samurai Goro. Thank you so much for your information and time, and have a nice day. Or a good night, whatever it might be for you. Take care. Does anyone else feel like the story is more poignant in Japanese? I don't know. I don't know Japanese, so I couldn't read it. You're curious why this is on the Japanese run? Basically because I'm playing this on an original cartridge. This game was never released outside of Japan for the Super Famicom, or the Super Nintendo I suppose. And in this case I decided to just, well, if I do the silly solo Berserker challenge, I might as well go all the way and just play it on the original cartridge on console. Alrighty, thank you Menblock, I really appreciate that. Like, let's put it this way Menblock, could I send you like a starting state, a safe RAM, and you can tell me how I can possibly get more or less consistently to the same RNG value from a certain safe game or something like that? That would be really interesting. How many elixirs do we have at this point? I didn't pay attention. 1? Right, no, 15. I was just thinking, oh, that's an E or A that starts there, so it must be an elixir. No, it's not. The elixirs are up there. You really like the battle background in this version? They really look nice, I do agree. Can they create a simulator? Huh. Fair enough. Once I figure out more specifics, I can give you things or ask you for potential ideas. But thank you, that's really awesome. Good to know. Should only be 90 hours. I hope after 90 hours we are out of World 1. I kind of expect this to be more like 100 or 120. But we'll see. You always try to prove everything mathematically. I see. Alright. So basically, I could give you a basic RNG state of values A and B, and you could figure out whether it is possible to reach a certain other value via button inputs or something like that? Or how would that work? Uh-oh. Alright, thank you, Menblock. Alrighty, 6,175 experience left. Still a Berserker, yes indeed. This is not good. What will I use for the final area? Mainly a Gaia Hammer with a Thornlet to underflow the magic value, Aegis Shield, and either Hermes Sandals, Guard Ring, or something of that equivalent. We'll see. Depends on the encounters. I guess it's break time now? Oh, because of the back attack of these guys? Yeah. I actually just saved before this encounter. I should have just reset, honestly. Yeah. Definitely want to figure out how to get past Biblos as soon as possible so we can go and start farming other stuff. Is there a reason you're using the bad weapon? It's actually the best weapon that we have available, effectively. This is the Mithril Dagger. And the Mithril Dagger... There's no better dagger available. We could technically use a Mithril Hammer, but the ridiculously low accuracy, or well, the high chance to miss of a Mithril Hammer. Let's see, what is the... Mithril Hammer has a chance to miss of 20%. Missing 20% if your attacks is really not good, especially for grinding where you just want to have consistency. On top of that, Mithril Hammer is worse because it has a damage range of 50% damage up to 150% damage, which means it's really good of high end if you get lucky. But it's just on average not that good. So a Mithril Dagger is significantly more reliable, plus if I one-shot stuff anyways, with a dagger there's no reason to use a hammer. In case you're wondering why I was dealing so little damage just now, it's because I got the aging status effect from these weird plant thingies, like right now. And initially I deal good damage, 204 in the back row, that is 400 damage plus. However, because of the aging status effect, I continuously lose stats over the course of a fight. So, yeah. Either way, at this stage of the game, with the exception of the death sickles, daggers are strictly better than axes in my opinion. Like, sure, axes also have the property to pierce armor by ignoring 3/4 of the armor of the enemies, which is nice. But daggers are just way better. On top of that, by the way, daggers do have the additional property of ignoring half of the enemy's evasion. So if an enemy has 30% evasion, instead of missing 30% of the time, you will miss only 15% of the time. So yeah, that's why daggers. I see, fair enough. I figured I might as well just go for a complete explanation, since I imagine not everybody who's watching may know all these things, even if you have knowledge of certain things. And yes, basically the way the old status effect works on a player character, you gradually over the turn, you pretty quickly start losing stats. So we have certain stats such as strength, which is 48, agility, which is 18, vitality, which is 51, etc. Those all gradually go towards 1. The level actually stays the same for a player character. They do get reduced for enemies if they get the aging status effect. But for a player, we gradually get less and less and less stats, which means if at the end we have 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 magic power, 1 vitality, and we basically deal very little damage because the formula is a multiplication between level and strength, and so it's just like you lose all the multiplications. Where was I? Oh yeah, I wanted to check how much experience we still need. 5,105, so still a bit. It's about 10 more minutes here. Yeah, status effects in this game are huge. Both if you get hit by them, but also if you know how to take advantage of them against enemies. It's one of my favorite aspects of it. Can I give you a rough estimate on how long this is going to take? You're guessing you're going to spread this across days/weeks? Yeah. My guess is we are going to be at this for at least 2 weeks. And I would think it's probably going to be more close to 3 total. And yeah, as Anotaro says, I'm going to be doing stuff on the side. Like, we might be playing some puzzle games while I'm just having this game on the side. Like, a thing is Law's Adventure. But first of all, we will also want to figure out, can we possibly manipulate randomness in this game in order to, well, figure out where we are in the randomness table and what values we need to get on, etc. Basically just research on whether it is even reasonable to try and attempt to defeat the final boss. Because the probability of succeeding is so ridiculously low in the first place. And yeah, we will have basically a scene where we just do stuff on the side too, which also can involve anything else. One of my plans was also to just learn a bit more Japanese, at least the Japanese characters and maybe a few words, in order to get a bit further there, because might as well at that point. I just saved, right? Can somebody confirm I just saved? No, worst target, Ferris. Worst target. Oh well, we'll just hang out and wait here, I think. But yeah, we have the double layout here, where I'm going to be probably doing stuff on the side. Like, as I said, puzzle games are an idea, or other stuff. This could take a while. That's fair. I'm kind of spacing out enough myself that I immediately forget what I was just doing. Thank you, Menblock. I wish you a good night then. Take care. Okay, I'll save now. Frame skip? I don't have any drop frames. This challenge sure has gone to the birds. Yeah, a lot of birds. We are aiming for level 32. We're actually almost there. And hey, Valzen, welcome. How are you doing? And welcome to anybody else who may have joined us. Welcome to you as well, with that said, however. Rump. Rude Rabbite. Oh, I'm playing on console, so there's no emulator free skip. But if you ever try this, I highly recommend you actually use emulator and fast forward. This is not an exactly reasonable challenge to do otherwise. But then no, okay. Nice. We are basically just too weak to progress before level 32, yes. The next boss that we're going to be facing is called Liquid Flame, and that thing is pretty monstrous. So basically, it has various counterattacks that will just take out a quarter of my health and damage. It can just use those attacks straight up. It can heal itself, it has 3000 HP, and we basically need to get lucky, but also have enough attack power that we don't need too many attacks in order to defeat it in the first place. So yeah, this is in fact the best place to grind for now. Numerically anyways. Just need 985 more experience. Actually, I'm just going to start walking over back to Karnak. And then probably just start heading into the steamship. Because as a solo berserker on the Super Famicom version, we cannot actually run away from combat. So we have to fight everything. Liquid Flame is the first hard boss, pretty much. But Liquid Flame is nothing in comparison to Sandworm. This guy does not go out of my way. Oh, there we go. Which all the challenges that you have done would you say are the most interesting to watch? Oh. Difficult to say, but I really like the Blue Mage, because it's really interesting in how you can use all these abilities in different ways. But the Solo Bard actually kind of surprised me of how interesting it ended up being once we started really using and abusing the hide command. Not a particularly fast one though. That's kind of the two that immediately come to mind. Chemist ended up defeating everything, including the super bosses solo, without using the Kiss of Blessing glitch. So that might be interesting too, if you don't know how to use a Chemist. I learned it during that run basically. Phoenix Stone. Which am I most looking forward to at this point? Probably Beastmaster, because that one should be interesting. If you're looking for one that just breezes through the game, the Ninja is maybe the thing that you want to take a look at. And if you want to see a real struggle, I recommend you check out the Geomancer. Maybe don't watch the entire thing, just skip through it. Seems like the more reasonable idea. How high do you need to grind for Geomancer? I think it was like 72. At least it was 72 in World 2 rather than anywhere else, so it wasn't that bad of a grind. But that took a while. The problem is, basically you needed to defeat Neo Xdef with a mage that cannot use spells. So that took a while. Even with level 72, we needed to get ridiculously lucky to defeat Xdef at the end of World 2. Neo Xdef, on the other hand, wasn't too bad. Once we got past phase 1, that is. Level 32, there we go. That is what we were looking for. Alrighty. There's no reason for me to pick up the Thief's Glove, which is in the chest over there, so I'm just gonna ignore it. I don't think we can equip the Green Beret. Pretty sure we cannot equip the Green Beret. I'm gonna check. Pretty sure we cannot equip this one. It would give +1 strength and +1 agility, but I do not think we can equip. Oh! Oh, I forgot to check a thing. There is a training suit that gives +1 strength. I wonder whether that would have made a difference for this run here. 49. Instead of dagger, I need to actually go Let's see, currently we have 32, which is a multiplier of 14. It wouldn't change in this case with 49. But this is actually an interesting point. Sometimes I may want to go and equip the armor that gives +1 strength but has less defense, just because 1 strength is what matters. Alright. So I think that's the plumed hat. Actually, that's the Iron Helm. That's the plumed hat, isn't it? So yeah, neither of those is +1 agility or strength. Alright. Picking up the Green Beret didn't help in any capacity. I will want to equip the plumed hat for specifically Liquid Flame. Oh, I probably should also equip the glasses on Ferris, just in case the crew dust is going to be the last enemy left over, so she doesn't get blinded. Losses make you being or immune to being blinded, so there we go. Okay, on the right side there is a staircase that leads to a boomerang if you want to pick that up. But I don't really care. That chest in the top center in this room contains an elixir. We do not really have any use for elixirs, so I'm just going to ignore it. Less steps taken towards encounters is definitely my preferred way to go about these rooms, especially since these rooms have so many enemies in most encounters. Across the threshold, looks like it. Can we do it? Ah, I was about to say, only one encounter in that entire room would have been a really good score. Alright, Ferris, I would like for you to actually attack the back row for once first. Specifically, please hit these weird wind snake red thingies. Yeah, that one. And hit it again, please. Because if you defeat the defeaters last, they're going to spawn mortar trap enemies, which we're trying to avoid that here. I wonder if anyone has gotten that last switch wrong. Which one? Do I support saving the animals in Super Metroid? Sure. I feel like it's not 100% run if you don't save the animals. I'm not entirely serious about that, by the way. But as a player and person, I would like to save the animals, yes. Alrighty, so... X. Now, quick question. Is this a plumed hat? It should be, right? I don't know how to translate. Either way, I think this is... like a bronze hat. Either way, one of those should be a plumed hat, which gives us more magic defense. Then again, neither looks like it gives me magic defense. That probably doesn't matter. Maybe I sold it by accident. Is it the mithril thing? Okay. Top is bronze. I see. Thank you, Fuzoya. Yeah, I may not have bought the plumed hat by... or sold it by accident. That's okay. Alright, first try on Liquid Flame. So Liquid Flame here has 3000 HP. Whenever we attack Liquid Flame, it will randomly change into one of the other forms, which has 3 different forms. The humanoid form has a physical rush attack, and just a regular attack, and Flame, which deals 25% of our current health or maximum health and damage, which is really brutal. 714, that's a good start. Also it counterattacks with that same attack, so that's bad. The hand attack can paralyze us, but it has so little physical attack power that the hand is actually the least dangerous thing of the entire thing. It can paralyze, which can be pretty bad, but in this case, the counterattack of Fire 2 is the relevant part. Ooh, this is not what we necessarily want. So, oh, and he used Flame. So, we have one more. Oh, don't miss that one, Ferris. Okay, we're straight up dead, and there's nothing we can do about that now. Because Ferris is never going to be able to, holy moly, one-shot the humanoid form at this point. So we need Liquid Flame to not use that fire-based move. Not its on its own volition. It will always use it as a counterattack, and there's nothing you can do about that. But because it deals percentage damage of our maximum HP, it's always going to be painful no matter which level we are. And we just need that to not happen. That's the short version. We grind it up high enough that Fire 2 counterattack from the hand form is not nearly as bad as it could be. So that's a plus, I suppose. Also, we are over 8 hours now. I'm going to give Liquid Flame one more try, and then I'm going to be probably done for today. We got 2 Liquid Flame with the appropriate level and a good shot at killing it. Honestly, 4 good attacks on Liquid Flame will kill it. That's a really, really good score right there. Like, we do not survive much more than that. We just need to get lucky. And I feel like the probability is not too much against the odds. So that looks good. And walking to Liquid Flame every time is just going to be slow. Okay. Only took 2 minutes to get through that fight. We're fine. Alright, Ferris, equip the hammer and let's go. Wait, do I still have the... Yep. Mithril gloves just for the additional defense. I don't even know whether that defense even matters. Alrighty, attempt number 2. Let's see how this is going to go. 3000 HP is our goal to deplete within as few attacks as possible. And we hope to not get the hand or humanoid form. But we kind of have to get one or the other. Now if the humanoid form just does that for as a beginning, then it's just like half of our HP literally gone. And the hand form right away. At least it doesn't... The hand form is actually not too bad because at least it doesn't do anything until we hit it. Tornado? Wow. Okay, we are straight up dead again. Alright, that's that. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around one way or another. And well, hopefully until next time, where we are probably going to defeat the Liquid Flame. Eventually. This might take a while. We need to get not unlucky. Actually, we need to get lucky. Thank you so much, and I wish you good night.